Officer Rabona stepped out, I think, to run to the restroom. He should be right back, but if we're ready to go, we're ready to go.
All rise.
Please be seated. All right, we're on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present, U.S. Attorney, the state is present. The jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
How was your commute this morning?
Not bad.
Not too bad? Even though it was raining? Okay, well, that's the first. So thank you all so much. You've been a prompt bunch of jurors, and we really appreciate that. Now, is the state ready to proceed with the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about the defense?
We are ready, Your Honor.
All right, call your next witness.
State calls Aurelius Rosales. And for the record, this is Arcelia Rosales, Your Honor.
Remind you are still under oath. Would we going to take this witness or?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, state and proceed.
All right, thank you. Good morning, ma'am. I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name the first time. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Arcelia Rosales, A-R-C-E-L-I-A, Rosales, R-O-S-A-L-E-S.
And that microphone can move and bend, so if you want to move it to where it's right there comfortable so you don't have to bend towards it, you're doing just fine keeping your voice up. I'll have questions for you, just answer them as best you can, okay?
Okay.
All right. And Ms. Rosales, how do you know Gabriela Gonzalez?
We work together at Metro by T-Mobile.
And what kind of business was that?
We sell phones there.
A cell phone store?
Yes,
Okay. And how long did you work together with Gabriela?
about 6 months.
All right. Did you call her Gabriela or a different name?
Gabby.
Okay, so how long, during those 6 months, did you have the same role as Gabby? Were you her supervisor or just a coworker?
I am an assistant manager at Metro by T-Mobile.
In working there, did you get to know Gabby's relationship with her boyfriend by the name of Trey?
Yes.
All right, did you ever see them together?
Only when we attended the party.
Okay. Well, let's first, you say a party, but did you ever see him there at the workplace?
When he would drop her off at work.
When he would drop her off at work, how would he drop her off at work?
In Gabby's car.
What kind of car did Gabby have?
She had a white Chrysler.
A white Chrysler.
Correct.
All right. And how did you know it was her car?
Gabby had the car before he started coming to drop her off, so we knew when she bought it.
So you believe she had the car before you knew her to date Trey?
Yes.
Was there anything unusual in your mind about how she was being dropped off or who would be driving the car?
Well, I mean, we kind of knew that he would drop her off, Trey would drop her off so he could keep the car during her work hours.
So the white Chrysler would drop her off at work,
Correct.
and then you said he would have it while she was at work?
Correct.
Did anything change about her having the car while she was at work, either before she was dating Trey or after she started dating Trey?
Well, the fact that he started dropping her off because for the most part she would come to work on her own in her car and have it all day with her.
Now, did you ever see Trey there at the Metro store?
just when he would drop her off in the car. I never saw him out of the car, other than the night of the party.
We'll get to that, but did you ever see him walk into the store?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see his face before you went to that party to know what he looked like or get close to him?
Yeah, you can, when people pull up, you can kind of see them through the window, but, that was pretty much it.
Now let's tell us about this party you're talking about.
Yes, in December, we had a company Christmas party that we all went to, as in the Metro by T-Mobile employees had to go. And me and Gabby decided to ride together to the party. So we met up at the store so that we could go together in her car. And she also brought along Trey.
And this is the same white Chrysler.
Correct.
Where is this store located?
It's located in Oak Cliff. Did you want the address?
Yes, if you know it.
It's 1011 South Crocker Hill Road, Dallas, Texas, 75211.
And if the store is in Oak Cliff, where was the party?
It was kind of distant. I want to say it was in the North Dallas area.
How long of a drive was it to get from the store to the party?
Maybe about 25 to 30 minutes.
And you said this was a Christmas party put on by the company.
Correct.
All right. Tell us what happened as you were going to the party. Was it normal conversation with you and Gabby and Trey?
Between me and Gabby, yes, but for the most part, the whole ride there was just us listening to music.
Now, do you see Trey in the courtroom today?
Yes.
If I'm in chair number 1, chair number 2, 3, 4, and 5, what chair is he in?
Chair number 3.
Well, if I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, and
Chair
5.
number 4.
Okay, we can't talk over each other. What chair would he be in?
Chair number 4.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in open court.
The record will show reflect.
And when you saw him that day, were you able to see his whole face and sit close to him in a car?
Yes, I was actually sitting behind him. He was on the passenger seat.
But did you also see him throughout the night once y'all were at the party and after?
Yes, he got off at the party with us, and we were, there together.
Did you guys take pictures or social media or anything at the party?
Me and Gabby did take a few videos, but I didn't take any pictures with Trey.
Who was driving the car?
Gabby was driving the car.
So, what happened once you got to this party?
Well, it turned out the party was only for employees, so the party was at a building that it's like an event center where it's kind of like a game room, and it has different rooms where one can go and play like golf and throw axes and darts. There was pool, there was a bar, stuff like that. And then they had a specific room for everyone, for the employees of Metro by T-Mobile. So Trey was allowed to be in the building with us, he just couldn't go into the specific room where Metro by T-Mobile was holding up the event, due to the fact that it was only for the employees.
All right, and how did he respond to that?
He got upset because when we tried to go into the room, they told us that he couldn't come in, and he ended up just leaving and going into the car. So I told Gabby, when we got there, they handed us some little cards that we could use to drink because Metro by T-Mobile provided that for us. So I told her hey, just go get him back. You guys can hang out in the bar and I'll go into the room because they were getting ready to start doing the raffles. So I was like, y'all take it, I don't drink. So I went into the room and she went to go get Trey out of the car.
And did you do exactly like you said? You went inside and they stayed outside?
Correct. I went inside and I was there while they did the raffles, and after they did the raffles, we were all able to go back out and, continue playing until the event was over.
Was there anything else eventful at the party?
At the party, no, everything was fine. Gabby was with Trey the whole night. Once I came out of the event room, they were playing pool. We played pool for a while, and at midnight, the whole event hall closed, so we were asked, for everybody to go home and leave.
And I'm not sure if I asked you this, when was this party, if you remember?
It was December, I don't remember the exact date. I know it was in the beginning of the month, maybe like the 10th or the 11th of December, I wanna say,
And of what year?
of 2022.
Okay. And so, this is the Christmas or holiday party that they're putting on, in early December.
Correct.
What happens once you leave the party?
When we left the party, Gabby was a little, I guess you could say a little tipsy. So Gabby and Trey were kind of going back and forth in who was gonna drive, and Gabby decided to drive. So when we left the party, we got on the freeway to head back home, and on our way home, off of Loop 12, we got off on a exit where she got off on to get off in a gas station, and she wanted to buy Rillos so that we could smoke.
You say Rillos. What's that?
Cigarillos.
Again, we gotta go one at a time. So Rillos,
Yeah, cigarillos, like, to smoke, so she wanted me.
what were you gonna smoke?
We were gonna smoke weed.
Okay. And so, when you decided to stop there, what happened next?
So she asked me to get off to get the cigarillos, but I did have a cough. I was a little sick that night. I got off in the gas station and went pretty much in and out just to get the cigarillos and to come back into the car. As I was coming to the car, Trey and Gabby were exiting the car, and they decided to go into the store.
All right. And then what happened next?
So I sat down, I went back in the car and I sat there, and they were in the store for a good 20 minutes. It took them a while to come back. At that point, I was kind of getting a little desperate to just hurry up and go back home, because I felt somewhat uneasy because I didn't know what was going on. So eventually.
Was that an unusual amount of time for them to be in the store in your mind?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, that calls for speculation, and based on her testimony, she had never been with them before. This was the first time.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
What were you concerned about?
I was just ready to go home. Yeah.
Okay, what happened next?
They get back in the car and everything just felt weird. Gabby just sat there. She kind of just, she came in the car, Trey turned on the music really loud. She lowered it, and she just sat there for a good 5 minutes. And I asked her, "Are you okay? Is everything good?" And she didn't say anything. We just took off and headed back to the store to pick up my car.
Oh, to the cell phone store.
Correct, because my car had been left there.
And in that drive there, was there any conversation between you and Trey, or Trey and Gabby, or Gabby and you?
Nothing. Both of them were completely quiet.
And then what happened next?
We got to the store and I told them good night, and I got in my car and left, and they went on their way.
What's the next thing you remember happening that was connected to being at that party with Trey and Gabby?
Gabby texted me and asked if she could vet, because she had gotten into a really bad argument with Trey.
Now, if this was that December 10th or 11th, was this, when she texted you, was this right after that or way after that?
I wanna say it was maybe like the next day.
Okay. And did you hold on to those text messages of that conversation between you and her regarding this fight with Trey?
I did,
And did you give those to us?
yes.
Permission to publish states that, what's been admitted at states 60 through 96.
You may.
We might need lights then, Judge. We'll see how it comes up. Can we have just a little light, Judge, just so she can see her notepad?
Is that better?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we'll first look at State's Exhibit 60. Now, how did you have Gabby's number saved on your phone?
Gabby Metro,
Okay? And what date did this conversation start?
December 12th, 2022.
So would this be the day after that party?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we see conversations here, and on the screen there, it looks kind of like one is black and one is blue. Which one is the guy?
I'm sorry?
Who's writing when we see the messages over here that's in gray and black?
That's Gabby.
Okay. And blue, who's that talking?
That's me.
Okay. So what does Gabby ask you at 2:30 p.m. on December 12th of 2022?
What are you doing?
All right, how do you respond?
Working. What's up?
All right. Is this the message that you talked about with her wanting to vent to you?
Yes.
All right. What does she say happened between her and Trey?
I had a horrible fight with Trey last night.
What else does she say?
You could tell by the vibes. And he hit me in the face. Now I'm scared to go back to work on Wednesday because there's shit on my face, on my cheek.
And what did you write back?
Yes, I could tell something was wrong when y'all came back in the car. What did y'all fight about?
And what did she say?
He was mad over a lot of dumb shit.
Let me stop you right there. She said she was concerned about coming to work on Wednesday because of her face. Do you remember if she did come back to work that next Wednesday?
She did not.
What did you write her?
Did he see something on your phone?
And we see her writing about, what is she talking about in these messages? And we're looking at State's Exhibit 61.
Basically what happened at the party and what he got mad about.
All right. Looking at State's 62. What does she write here, right in the middle where my finger is?
I called my cousin to come get me.
Were you there for this part of it?
I was not.
And what did you ask her?
And where is he at now?
What question do you ask her at 2:49 p.m.?
And where is your car at?
Why was that important for you to know?
Because she told me that they had pulled up to a Quick Trip after they dropped me off. And Trey had gotten a hold of her keys at the first.
Judge, I'm gonna object. I'm gonna object to hearsay. Reading the text messages they're in evidence, that's fine. But now we're going beyond the scope of that, and we're now getting into what might have been told to her by somebody else, which is offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
What's the state's response?
She said this all goes towards the evidence that's admissible under 38.371, and also it's a statement on her then emotional, physical condition and the nature of their relationship.
Who was making the statement?
Gabriela Gonzalez, the same person that's in the messages. And the thing she's talking about is already referred to in State's Exhibit 60, about the cousin's car.
She wasn't talking about a cousin's car, Your Honor. She was going to something completely different, which is new, what we hadn't heard before. So this was something else that Gabby might have told her, which is hearsay.
Okay, if that's not in the text regarding this cousin that's mentioned in the text, then I'm sustaining the defendant's objection.
I'm happy to rephrase the question, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
You asked her where her car was at, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. What did she respond about the car? And the message that you sent at 2:52 p.m.? What does she write back to you?
He won't let go.
Looking at State's Exhibit 63. Earlier you asked, what is keeping you to him? He won't let go. 2:52 p.m., what do you write to her?
If he got keys to your place, change them.
Why were you writing that to her?
Because I knew that he had access to her apartment.
When you write her, don't let him come around you anymore, that is so dangerous, what did she write back?
Or telling me he ain't going nowhere.
Was this the first you had heard of the nature of their relationship?
No.
Looking at State's Exhibit 64. Is this your writing?
Yes.
How does she respond?
I don't feel strong at all.
What other advice did you give her?
Change your number.
Why did you write what you wrote at the bottom of State 64 at 2:55 p.m.?
Because that's how I think that if you let a man see you vulnerable, they will take advantage of you.
State 65. What did you offer her at 2:55 p.m.?
I offered to pay to change her keys, her house keys thing.
State 66. What was she concerned you might do? We're looking at 3 p.m. on State 66. Right here.
She was scared that he was gonna hurt her family.
State 67. Now published in State 68. What else did you offer? We're looking at State 68 at 3:11 p.m.
I offered to buy new locks for her door.
We're talking about December 12th of 2022. How long had you known Gabby at this time?
I had met her in July, so I knew her maybe, 4 months.
Published in State 69. Publishing states 70. What was she concerned about at 3:23 p.m. on State's Exhibit 70?
She was embarrassed to come back to work because she had black eyes.
Publishing states 71. The bottom of 71, what are we looking at here?
Gabby had sent me a picture of her face.
Is there anything unusual on her face?
Yes, you can see her eye gets swollen.
State 72. What were you offering at the bottom of state 72 at 4:07 p.m.?
Witchcraft.
Were you serious or joking? I don't know.
My mom does spiritual cleanses, and that's really all I wanted her to do is get it cleansed.
Publishing states 74. Now we see here that it looks like, is this a screenshot of other messages that she sent you?
Yes.
Do you know who this screenshot is supposed to be from?
Trey.
So we see green and we see black. Who's supposed to be in green and who's supposed to be in black?
Gabby's supposed to be in green and Trey's in black.
What is she asking?
Please give me my car back.
And what is the response?
Fuck you. I honestly, you ain't shit. And I can care less. You don't give a fuck when you left me. Both my phones were dead, and if it wasn't for I know where I was at, I would have been asked out. But you don't care, right? Very cool, say less.
What does she offer?
Trey, I'll do whatever you want. Please just give me my car back. You're keeping the car for me because I don't want you in my life.
And what is the response?
LOL, have fun.
And how did you respond to seeing that?
I thought maybe she should just report it stolen.
Ocean State 75. Ocean State 76. What was she concerned about at 4:47 p.m.?
Of him crashing her car.
Ocean State 77. screenshot?
Yes.
And who is this, purported to be from?
It was just like a meme that she posted.
That she posted or sent to you?
Oh, that she screenshot. That she screenshot and sent to me.
Publishing states 78. What was she concerned about at 5:54 p.m.?
I don't want him to hurt it, but she didn't want any of her people to get hurt.
Publishing states 79. Is this another screenshot of messages between the two of them?
Yes.
Can you read that? Is it too blurry?
Yeah, it's a little blurry.
Oh, can you see it? Is it better if you look right to your left? It may not be that better.
No, it's like pretty blurry.
Okay, I'm gonna bring that up too. May I approach you?
You mean?
Looking at the screenshots on State's Exhibit 79. What was the conversation that was set between Trey and Gabby?
Still pretty blurry.
Okay. If you can't read it, that's okay.
This isn't. Let me know when you're at home. My daughter really needs diapers. He said, okay, find somewhere to go for a couple of hours. What do you mean? You're going to give my car back? I'll leave right now somewhere. He said, yeah, just let me know when you're gone.
All right, you can just leave that right there. Publishing states 80. What did you ask at 10:32 that night?
Did you get it back?
Did you get a response right away?
I did it.
Did you check on her the next day?
I did.
Publisher states 81. What is this a picture of?
The inside of her car.
And is there anything unusual about it?
Yeah, it's missing the little middle part, where you put your stuff in.
The top of the
top
console?
of it, yeah.
States 82. Is that just a close-up of the same console?
Yes.
Publishing states 83. What do we see in states 83?
It's her dash.
And what's notable about this?
It's broken, he had broken.
States 84. What's in this photograph?
Her car door was also broken.
Damage to the inside
Yes.
of the door?
Correct.
You earlier said, is it drivable with the tire like that? We're gonna publish states 85. Is this what you were talking about?
Yes.
What's notable about that?
It looked like he had been going to a field or something.
State, publishing states 86. What did you offer at 9:54 a.m.?
I was offering to, give her a right to work if she needed it.
You said you could talk to someone. Who is this?
Aurelis is our manager.
Publishing states 89. Publishing states 88. Excuse me, that was 87. This is 88. Publishing states 89. What did you, again, did you offer at 10:10 a.m.?
I offered to pick her up, take her to work.
And what did she say happened around that time?
Her family kept coming over.
Publishing states 90. And we keep seeing the word BD. What does that mean?
Baby daddy.
Say that louder.
Baby daddy.
Publishing states 91. We see a new day. Is this still the same general conversation you're having?
Yes. I was just trying to check up on her.
Publishing states 92. What are you saying at 1:24 p.m.?
Well, I hope you find something so you can ghost and be in peace.
What do you mean by ghost?
As in disappear. As in be alone and in peace.
We see a new day. Is this the same conversation you're having with her?
Yes. I kept trying to check up on her because she didn't come back to work.
Publishing states 93. (9:54 p.m.). What are you talking about here?
The spiritual cleanse that I was talking about earlier.
That word Olympia, what does that mean in English?
A cleanse.
Publishing states 94. We see a new day, December 16, 2022. Is this the same conversation you're checking up on her?
Yeah, she texted me this time.
Okay, so she wrote you first.
Yes.
Publishing states 95. Publishing states 96. pass it on to Cheryl.
If that's,
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I wanna make sure I pronounce it right. Araceli?
Arcelia.
Arcelia. I'm Ms. Walton. I'm gonna be asking you some questions. You gotta say yes or no, because the
Yes,
court reporter
sorry.
can't, that's okay. Court reporter can't take down and or head nods. She can only take down verbal responses.
Okay, yes.
And if I ask you a question, you don't understand my question, just let me know, and
Okay.
I'll,
I'm sorry.
That's
Sorry,
okay.
I'm a little nervous.
and I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
And only one of us can talk at a time, just like you and the prosecution were doing. We have to do the same way. I ask a question, I'll give you a pause, and then you can answer at that point.
Okay,
Fair enough?
yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you and Gabriella had worked together at Metro by T-Mobile,
Correct.
and you said during direct that at that time, when you were talking about the Christmas party, you had known her for about 4 months?
Correct.
Okay. And the Christmas party in December was the first time that you had ever met the person you keep calling Trey, right?
Correct.
Okay. And he never came inside the store that you can say you saw, correct?
No, he did not.
Okay. And you talked about him dropping her off at work, in her white Chrysler. He didn't drop her off at work every day, correct?
No, he did not.
Okay. So there were still times that she would drive her own self to work, right?
Correct.
Now, when we're talking about you seeing Trey, you said that you had seen him through the window when he pulled up.
Correct.
But would you say you got a full body view, or it's just seeing him in a glimpse of passing?
It was sort of always just like his profile. He
Okay.
kind of always had a hood on.
Say it again?
He always had a hood on, like a hoodie with a hood on.
But with the hoodie on, you could see a profile?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't obstructed?
No.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that's clear for the jury.
Okay, sorry, yes,
That's okay, that's okay. And that one time that you were with Gabriella and Trey, you never saw him put his hands on her, correct?
no, I did not.
And you testified that night at the Christmas party, they were hanging out together at the bar?
Correct.
Okay.
All three of us were together.
Well, I thought at one point, didn't you say you went into the?
Yes, I did. And I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's okay.
Sorry.
Your testimony was that because he could not get in, it was for employees only.
Correct.
You gave her some tickets
Correct.
and
It was,
she went,
I'm sorry.
that's okay,
A card.
okay, a card.
Mm-hmm.
And she went to the car where Trey had gone,
Correct.
and she went and brought him back.
Correct.
And you told him they could hang out at the bar that night,
Yes.
while you went and enjoyed the party.
Correct. It was just for the raffle stuff. After the raffle, everybody came back out of the room.
And you said the party ended at midnight,
Correct.
and you guys had to leave the location.
Correct.
So you rode there with Gabby and the person you're calling Trey. What time did you get picked up?
We were running a little late, so maybe like 8:30 or 9.
That's what time you got picked up from the Metro by T-Mobile store?
Correct.
Okay. And you said the ride was about a 25-minute ride?
Yes.
So roughly arriving at the party about 9 to 9:30, if you look at the 8:30 range, because you gave a 8:30 to 9 range.
Correct.
So between 9 and 9:30 would be an arrival time.
Correct.
Okay. And then you all had to leave the location at 12 o'clock midnight.
Correct.
And then you had the 25-minute ride back.
Yes, but it was kind of cut short due to the fact that we stopped at the gas station first.
Or
So-
extended?
Well, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
extended.
Okay, so you said that, now Gabby, you said Gabby was tipsy.
Correct,
Okay, so she had been drinking.
yes.
Okay, and you said they were going back and forth about who was gonna drive.
When we left the place, yes, she asked him, are you gonna drive? He said, mm-mm. And she said, come on, I'm a little tipsy. And he said, mm-mm. And so she took the keys.
And had they both been drinking that night?
Yes,
Okay, so everybody had been drinking.
yeah.
Okay. Now, then the next thing after that was Gabby behind the steering wheel stopped at a gas station, you said to buy cigarillos.
Correct.
Now, humor me here, cause I'm a little bit older. So what does a cigarillo look like? Is it a cigar or,
Yes, it's a long brown cigar. It's
Okay.
not that long.
and it's a long brown cigar that you use, you said you were gonna smoke weed, so how do you use that to smoke weed?
You open the cigar and you take the tobacco out and you roll the weed in it.
So you rolling a joint?
I'm sorry?
Are you rolling a joint pretty much?
It's like rolling a joint, but
Okay.
it's rolling a cigarillo, yeah.
Okay. A cigarillo because it contains weed.
Mm-hmm, correct, yes.
Okay. And you said that because you guys wanted to smoke, who was going to smoke? You said who was wanting to smoke?
Gabby wanted to smoke.
Okay. And were you gonna smoke with Gabby?
I was, but
Okay.
I was sick.
You had a cough.
Correct,
Okay. And Trey didn't want Gabby smoking with you because you had a cough.
correct.
Okay. And so you got out of the car. Were you still in the same position you were in as you were heading to the party?
Yes, when we got back into the car, I sat behind him in the passenger side.
Okay. And so you guys get to the gas station and you get out to go buy the cigarillos.
I did.
Okay. And then by the time you came back, Trey and Gabby got out of the car.
As I was walking to the car, they stepped out of the car.
Okay, so there was never any interaction between the three of you. You're coming and they're exiting.
Correct.
Okay.
She just said, we're gonna go inside, and I went in the car, and they went into the gas station.
Okay, so they went inside the store.
Correct.
Okay, not on the side of the store or anything like that.
No, they went into the gas station.
And what type of gas station was this? Was this a little mom and pop gas station or one of the bigger, like, QTs?
It was I think it was like an Exxon or something.
Okay, so pretty big gas station.
Yeah, it was just, kind of like where she stopped at, it was very dark in that area, and the gas station was pretty much the only thing lit up that night.
Okay.
Yeah, there was other buildings across, but everything was, well, you know, it was midnight, so a lot of stuff was closed already.
And this party, you said earlier you thought it was in the North Dallas, maybe Louisville area?
Towards like the Plano area,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. And do you remember where the gas station was that you stopped at in relation to where you were coming back from, trying to get back to the store to get your car?
I just know we were on Loop 12. We were about to hit Loop 12, and she hit that exit before we because we were coming from 35, and from 35 there's a little passageway where it kind of splits into 35 and Loop 12. Right before we got into Loop 12, she got off on that exit.
Okay. And then you said they were inside the store for, about 20 minutes. They were gone for about 20 minutes.
Yes,
But that whole time they were inside of the store.
correct.
And it's I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was in the car.
Okay.
In their bike, yeah.
Okay. And were you still awake in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And so this gas station, it's like the typical Exxons where it's glass, you can see in it.
Yes, you can see in it, but, there was, I guess they have like, up against the glass wall, they have, you know, the stuff where they put the actual like food and things like that on there. So I couldn't really see inside the gas station.
Okay. Did you ever have the inclination to get out of the car and go in and see what was taking so long?
I did, but I can't really explain. I just felt like something was off and I just wanted to go home.
Okay, so with the feeling that something was off, that didn't make you wanna go see what was off?
No, I just wanted to hurry up and make it home.
Okay. Now, you said they got back into the car. Was Gabby, did she get back in the driver's seat at this point?
She did.
Okay. And you said that Trey cut the music up really loud,
He did.
and then Gabby lowered it.
Correct.
And you asked Gabby if she was okay, and she just didn't reply.
Correct.
Okay. And then shortly thereafter, you got dropped off?
I did.
Okay. Now, you talked about offering witchcraft.
Yes,
Now, is that something you practice along with your mom?
I do.
Okay. And you offered it on more than one occasion?
I did.
Okay. And were you guys, the intent was if she said yes, to put witchcraft on Trey?
Yeah, to leave her alone. That was pretty much it.
Now, what you and I are talking about is something that you physically saw, right?
What do you mean?
What you and I have discussed,
Yes.
the questions I've been asking you up to this point,
Oh, yes, yes.
are things that you have firsthand knowledge of, right?
Correct.
Things that you physically saw
Yes.
and can testify about and tell this jury about.
Yes.
The messages that you read, that were on the projector, those are statements from somebody else, correct?
Correct.
That you have no firsthand knowledge of, correct? That you didn't see for yourself, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Did you all ever do the witchcraft?
No.
Okay, y'all just talked about it a couple of times.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you ever end up going to Home Depot changing locks or anything like that?
I did not.
Okay,
She never gave me the green light.
okay. I'm gonna pass it with Charlotte.
All right, see,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
this witness be released.
No objection from the jury.
She may be excused, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am, you can step down. Call your next witness.
State calls Arlis Robledo.
Good morning, Mr. Robledo.
Good morning.
You're still under oath. Statement proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. When you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Arelis, A-R-E-L-I-S, Robledo, R-O-B-L-E-D-O.
L-E-D-O.
L-E-D-O,
You
yes.
don't have to lean against the microphone, just speak up loud into it, it'll catch
Okay.
you. Okay. But I appreciate you keeping your voice up. All right. Ms. Robledo, how old are you, ma'am?
27.
And how do you know Gabriela Gonzalez?
I was her manager at Metro by T-Mobile
And how long did you work together with her?
for about 2 years.
And what time period would that have been?
We hired her in 2021 and she left us January of 2023.
Okay, and, do you recall, why she left in January of '23?
No, it was more, she said she had family issues and she had to leave.
Did you call her Gabriella or did you call her a different name?
I called her Gabby.
Okay, so we'll do that. In those 2 years with Gabby, did you come to know her relationship with someone named Trey?
Yes,
Do you see Trey in the courtroom today?
yes.
Can you point him out and tell me something he's wearing?
A button-up shirt, light gray.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
In that time working with Gabby, have you seen Trey on a few times or many times?
A few times.
Okay, let's talk about that. Where would you see Trey at the store?
He would drop her off and maybe a few times he came in.
When he came into the store, can you describe what he might be wearing?
He would wear sweatpants, a hoodie, and sometimes, well, majority of the time, like a ski mask.
Had you ever seen him with the ski mask off?
I believe it was like once, yeah.
And, but the other times he would have the mask on?
Yes.
You said, you're talking about times he came in the store. Did you ever see him outside the store?
Yes.
Can you describe that to the jury?
Well, I wouldn't see him get off. He was just be in the car, either parked or he was just drop her off and go.
Did you ever go out to the car and talk to him or see him while he was in the car?
No, we never had contact.
Okay.
Please,
Did you have, is it illegal or wrong for him to sit outside the store?
Yes, our boss actually called her out for it and we had to talk with her.
What was your concern about him being outside the store?
Just as sometimes when he would be out there, she would get nervous and wouldn't really help the customers.
Describe that to the jury.
So we would have customers walk in and, you know, we have to like make a sales pitch and make conversations with them to get them to either buy a phone or offer them our promotions, and she wouldn't do it when he would be out there. It was just like a short conversation that she would have with the customer.
Okay, help me understand this. You describe her demeanor or how she was acting when he would be outside the store and a customer would come in.
I would describe it as she would get nervous, because there was times where she would be like, you get the customer, and I'll be like, well, you're working too, like, go and help. So
Okay.
just like her body language would be kind of off, like nervous. She wouldn't really talk.
And what type of customer would she act this way around? Would it be male customers or female customers or both?
Both.
Okay. Did you ever come, Tom, to know about her relationship and that to the nature of her relationship to be a violent one?
Yes. She started showing me pictures. Sometimes she wouldn't come to work because she would have bruises in her eyes, bite marks, and a few times we knew it was kind of like toxic because I would call to her. Sometimes she had to be at work at 10, and I would call. She wouldn't answer. I would call a few times, and sometimes he would pick up her phone and just hang up.
Well, and to be fair, Ms. Robledo, how do you know it would be Trey that picked up the phone?
It was his voice. He
Had
would
you
say
heard,
hello. I would hear his voice sometimes when they would talk through FaceTime at work. They would be on a video call, and that's how we would hear his voice.
so you became familiar with his voice over these FaceTime calls while she was at work and you're standing there?
Correct.
Is this a very big store?
It's a small store.
Can you describe the layout to the jurors?
I would say it's probably a little, half of this room. We have a front and then a back room where we would eat lunch most of the time together. And that's when they would FaceTime, or sometimes just, she would be helping the customer and he would be on FaceTime while helping the customer.
Would you say that you were very physically close to where Gabby would be during these FaceTime calls?
Yeah, we would be right next to each other.
Could you see Trey on the FaceTime calls?
Mm-hmm.
Could you
Yes.
see, could you see his face or could you not see his face?
Sometimes I would be able to see his face.
would he be wearing the same mask in the FaceTimes?
No, that's when sometimes he would have it off, because I guess he would be home.
And so, do you remember exactly when you knew her to start dating or seeing Trey?
I believe it was before the fair started, because I know that she did mention, I think the fair comes like in September. She had told me a few weeks before that they were starting to talk.
So sometime in the fall,
Yeah, I would say.
and the times you're talking about calling from work and then the person you believe to be Trey picking up the phone, was that during that time you knew them to be dating?
Yes.
As her manager, how did you try to deal with her not wanting to come to work with black eyes or bruises?
We would talk to her, our boss was understanding of it, so we would like schedule someone else to come in. There was times where she even said, hey, what if I wear sunglasses? I believe there was a time where she came in wearing sunglasses, but we sent her home a little shortly after that.
To be fair, Ms. Robledo, did you ever actually see Trey hit her?
No,
Did that ever happen while you were in the room?
no,
When she left in January of 2023, did you try to get her to come back to work there?
yes,
Were you able to?
no.
When did you first hear about her death?
The same day, May 10th.
Thank you, Ronnie. We'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Now, you said that, well, let me start over. I'm gonna ask you some questions. If you don't understand my questions, please let me know and I'll rephrase them, okay?
Okay,
And only one of us can talk at a time, because the court reporter here is taking down everything you're saying.
okay,
Okay. Now, you testified that Gabby was hired in 2021.
mhm.
You can't say uh-huh, you have to
Oh,
say yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. And she left in January 2023.
correct.
So she worked past December of 2023.
Yes,
I'm sorry, December 2022. Let me correct that.
Yes, it was a few, she actually was scheduled, to work, and there were some certain days that she wouldn't show up. I believe it
Well,
was
hold on,
after.
hold on. Did she work past December 2022?
Yes,
Okay. And her official termination date was January 2023?
yes,
Okay. Now, did you go to this Christmas party?
I didn't attend.
You gotta let me finish before you start talking. Only one of us can talk at a time. Did you attend the Christmas party in December of 2022?
No,
Okay. Now, you said that you saw the person that you called Trey a few times.
correct,
You saw him drop her off,
yes,
and then you said he came in.
yes, he did.
Did he come into the store to make purchases?
No, he would come in there to take her lunch.
To take her lunch?
Yes,
What do you mean?
yes, he would bring her lunch because he would, bring her lunch because
Okay.
he would drive off with her car.
So he would bring her lunch?
Correct,
Okay. And did he do this more than on one occasion?
yes,
Okay. So frequently he would bring her lunch?
no,
Okay, how many times would you say he brought her lunch?
maybe about 4 times, 4 to 5 times.
Okay. And when he would drop her off, he didn't take her car every day, right?
Not every day, but
Okay.
most of the time, yes, because she would have, either we would pick her up or her mom would drop her off.
Okay, did you work 7 days a week at the store?
No, we are off 2 days, so
Okay.
5 days out of the week.
Okay, so you can't testify about what happened when you weren't working, correct?
Correct,
Okay. And you talked about how you were asked, is it illegal for him to sit in the parking lot? He wasn't sitting in the parking lot all day when he would drop her off at work, correct?
Correct.
We're talking about maybe 30 minutes max. I believe that's what you said, correct?
Yeah,
Okay. So you don't know what he was doing inside the car when he was sitting in that car for up to 30 minutes, correct?
correct.
Now, you said that she would get nervous and say, hey, can you take this customer? Right? And you would say, but you're working too, you take the customer. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
And so ultimately, she did have to take customers, right? Because that was her job.
yes,
And you guys didn't terminate her for not dealing with customers, right?
correct.
So she did do her job, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, you said earlier that you would call and he would pick up and hang up.
yes,
And you said, you were asked, well, how do you know it was him? And you said, well, I got used to his voice from the FaceTime calls that they would have at work.
correct.
Now, if you're calling somebody and they pick up and hang up, where is the voice being heard
Well,
at?
he would
You-
say
You gotta
hello.
let me finish my question. If you're calling someone and they pick up and hang up, where is the voice coming in at if it's a pick up and hang up?
What he would say hello, and then I would ask for Gabby, and he'll do it.
Okay, so there was a conversation that actually occurred.
I don't consider that a conversation, because he would just say hello, and that's it.
Okay, well, somebody said something, so it wasn't just a pick up and a hang up. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, FaceTiming during work hours, you said that you could see his face when she was FaceTiming him while helping customers.
yes, because he would call while she was helping, and she would lay the phone, like, we would always work. We work together, so there's a computer literally next to each other, and she would lay the phone on the keyboard. So when, we only share one register, so we would walk by there and we would see him on there.
Okay. And was there a policy at work where if you're helping a customer, you can't pick up your personal calls?
There's not a policy,
Okay. So there was no rule against her answering her phone?
no,
Okay. And he wasn't in the store to make her answer the phone, correct?
correct.
Okay. And you said you have seen him with his face fully visible, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 1 or 2 times, yeah,
As well as you said you saw him wearing a mask as well.
correct.
So tell me about this mask that you've seen him wearing. What does it look like?
Just a ski mask, it would cover his head, and you could just see like above his eye.
Okay, so you saw eyes and above.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, not his hair, because it was covered.
Okay, hold on. Uh-huh, you can't say uh-huh, you have to say yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. And had you ever, well, I believe you said on direct you had never actually interacted with him, correct?
no,
That's not correct?
it would just be,
Well,
like,
hold
there was time.
hold on. Did you ever interact with the person you're calling Trey directly, you and him?
No,
Okay. So you never had a one-on-one with him at all?
correct.
Okay. So, Ms. Robledo, you were her manager,
Yes,
and you can testify to seeing him drop her off at work. Yes.
yes,
Him bringing her lunch 4 to 5 times, correct?
yes,
Him picking her up, even though you didn't talk about pickups, you just talked about drop-offs. Did you ever see him pick her up from work?
yes,
Okay, so you can testify about him picking her up. When he picked her up, was he late?
sometimes,
Okay. Did she ever have to pick up another shift because he was so late?
yes,
How many times?
several times.
Okay, can you tell us when?
Maybe around, when it started constantly happening, it was maybe October through December, that she would come in super late.
I'm not talking about late, I was talking about when he picked her up, that's what we were talking about.
Yes, she would be scheduled sometimes to work in the mornings, and sometimes we would have to change her till 3.
Okay, hold on, that's not what I'm asking you. My question was, I said, you said he would pick her up late. And I said, did he pick her up so late that she would have to pick up another shift, meaning doing extra time to wait on him to get her picked
Oh,
up?
no, because we close our store at 8, so if she doesn't get picked up, she either has to wait outside, or we would have to drop her off.
So were there times you left her outside?
We have to lock the door at 8 p.m., yes.
No, my question was, so there are times you as a manager left her outside?
Well, we waited with her, so she wasn't fully outside. So we would close the
Okay.
store, and we would still wait until someone picked her up.
Okay, so she never had to wait outside by herself?
No.
Okay. And you cannot tell this jury that you ever physically saw, not ever physically saw, you never saw any physical altercations between the person you're calling Trey and Gabriella, correct?
Correct.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
See?
Briefly, Your Honor. I just want to be clear, Ms. Robledo, when Gabby left Metro in January of '23, was she terminated or fired, or did she quit or resign?
She quit on her own.
And do you know why?
Like I said earlier, we tried to ask her the reason why. She said she just had family issues going on and she couldn't work.
And earlier, you were talking with the defense, and they asked you, did you ever have any interactions with Trey or talk to him one-on-one? You wanted to say something. What did you want to say?
So I never actually had a communication with him, but he would come in there, and like I said, you would hear his voice, because again, he would talk to Gabby, to our other coworker. I've heard it, that's how we heard his voice, but me and him never talked.
And are you certain the person here in the court today is Trey?
Yes,
Is Trey a mystery person?
I would say so.
We'll pass the witness.
I have nothing further from her, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
She can be excused, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am, you're free to leave. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, stay called to the stand, James Brown.
Mr. Brown, you raise your hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you. Statement proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alexander Brown.
I'm sorry, sir, give me 1 second. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Let me have you pull that mic closer. You can manipulate the actual microphone. Let me have you pull it closer so that everybody in the courtroom can hear you. And then the next thing I'd like you to do is, can you turn to this jury and state and spell your last name for the record?
James Alexander Brown, last name B-R-O-W-N.
And Mr. Brown, how are you presently employed?
I'm sorry,
How are you currently employed?
I'm a emergency tow truck operator out of Frisco, Texas.
Can you tell this jury, what is an emergency tow truck operator? What do you do on your day-to-day?
On a day-to-day basis, most people that are involved in an accident, I clean up scenes of an accident. Also, people that are broke down and need a tow to a safe location.
And have you always been employed in this particular capacity?
19 years.
Okay. Going back to March 10th of 2023, were you employed for the city of Frisco?
No, sir, I was actually employed here in downtown Dallas for a small family company.
Okay, and what kind of towing, were you doing towing work for them?
Yes, it was contract towing for the Dallas Police Department.
Now, with contract towing for the Dallas Police Department, what kind of tows would you do? Would it be accident tows, would it be repossessions, what would it be?
No, they were mainly accident for the city police, the sheriff's office, and of course, you had your private calls for just motorist assists.
When you would do these accident tows or even the private calls, would they always be civil in nature, you know, or, you know, maybe somebody who didn't pay a debt on a car, there was a lien that you needed to repossess the car, or somebody needed a car towed from a certain location, or would they be connected to maybe criminal investigations?
Sometimes that would be like a civil situation. We don't really try to get into a lot of civil situations. But most of the thing that I do is accident recovery, which is incident management.
Going back to March 10th, 2023, were you called out to the Vista Montana Apartments on 5875 Mountain Valley Lane in Dallas, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell this jury, why were you called out to that location?
We were called out by a young lady for, said that her car, was at a location she needed it picked up and taken to her, residence. I get there to find a car.
Well, before you do that, the young lady, did she describe what car she needed you to pick
Yes.
up? What kind of car did she
It
need you
was
to
a
pick up?
white, Chrysler 300.
Do you go out to the location where she indicates the car is?
Yes,
Is it at that Vista Montana Apartments on Mountain Valley Lane?
yes,
When you go out to the location, do you see the car?
I do.
Okay. Where do you see the car?
That car is sitting on the, right side of the road, missing, had some front end suspension issues, so the car was not drivable.
When you get to the vehicle, who do you encounter?
I encountered a young lady that said that it was her daughter's vehicle. She was the mother, and she did not feel comfortable being right there to receive the vehicle. So I sent her a little ways down the road for her safety, and I was trying to recover the vehicle myself.
Now, is that usual practice? Somebody says, can you come pick up the vehicle? Is it unusual for that person to be there when you arrive to come get the vehicle?
There's a lot of times we get a call where people, they have to leave their vehicle on the side of the road, and they are not present. A lot of times they're required to at least be there at the pickup or at the drop-off location.
You mentioned that you had her move down the road for her safety. Why did you have her do that?
She was claiming that she was in fear of being injured by the person that would not allow her to recover the vehicle.
What happened next?
I was greeted by a young man that came out the door, waving a gun toward my location. And right then and there, I kind of stopped and tried to speak with the man to tell him that it was not a repossession. And usually whenever you try to explain the situations, you kind of get a better understanding of where they're coming from. And at that point, I had the gentleman calm down quite a bit.
Let me ask you this. This young man who came down, what was he wearing?
When he first came out of the apartment, he was wearing a black hoodie, a full face mask, and come out waving a gun in my direction.
When you say he was waving a gun in your direction, can you demonstrate for the jury from right where you're sitting how he was waving this gun at you?
And he's telling me to leave the car alone, do not touch my car.
Just 2 times?
Yes, I don't know, 3 or 4 times.
as a tow truck driver, when you're going to repossess a vehicle, is this just kind of like your standard 9 to 5 safe job, or is this a job where there's some danger involved?
Oh, there's always danger involved in the towing industry.
And so, have you had situations in the past where you go to repossess or tow a car and somebody confronts you maybe with a gun or?
Absolutely.
When this person in the hoodie, full face mask, comes out waving the gun at you, what are you thinking right then and there in that moment?
Well, it's either a fight or flight situation. You can either stand there and hope the best, or you can stand your ground. And I chose to kind of do both.
What happens next?
I got him calmed down, and like I told him, I said that it was gonna be a civil issue, and that since he did not want the car towed, since it was in his possession, I told him that I would not tow the car, because he did not call for the tow.
How did you come to the conclusion that the car was in his possession as opposed to the woman who had asked you to come repossess it?
Well, she had called our office and explained that the vehicle was her daughter's. The daughter was not able to come get the vehicle, and the car was not drivable. So at that point, she wanted us to come pick the vehicle up and take it to her house.
But how did you, because you said you decided to leave the vehicle alone because the gentleman had come down, and after you'd been able to calm him down, you decided to just not tow the vehicle?
Absolutely, like I said, you always want to try to stay out of a civil situation when it comes to towing. I've been in times where I'd have a couple that either are fighting with one another, and one of them wants to leave, one of them doesn't, so they call for a wrecker and try to have their car removed. We show up blind, we don't know what we're dealing with, we're just going off that one phone call. So it could be a setup, and it could be, we do cash calls, so there's a time where you could be called out to a dead-end road, nobody knows you're there, you show up thinking you're gonna be helping somebody, and you're ambushed. So that's another reason why we try to stay away from civil situations like that.
And you said this was a civil matter, from what you could perceive, was this a dispute in ownership or a dispute in possession?
Possession.
After you calm the man with the gun down, does he stay with you? What happens next?
He walks back and forth several times to the apartment. I was already on phone call with a dispatcher, and she overheard the situation. She had me go ahead and call the police, have the police come out and assist me. Usually, whenever the police show up and you all come to agreement that this is going to be a civil matter, everybody's kind of at a good standard, a good understanding, and we're able to part ways.
You said that the young man would go back and forth to the apartment.
About 2 or 3 times.
Initially, when he came down and was waving the gun at you, what was he wearing on his person?
It was a black full face mask. All you can see were just the eyes. A black hoodie, I want to say blue shorts, and some slide flip flops.
And you were able to see the firearm.
Absolutely.
Do you remember what kind of firearm it was?
I want to say it was a 9mm, black and colored. You can't really get up to tell exactly which kind of gun it is. You zoom in on a weapon, that's pretty much your focus, and you just know that it's a weapon.
When he goes back to the apartment and he comes back out, does he still have the gun?
Not on his person.
Is he still wearing the same?
I believe he had changed into a different hoodie.
Do you remember what the difference between the two hoodies was?
One hoodie that when he first approached me was a zip-up hoodie, and when he had it open, I could see that there was a shoulder holster where you could conceal a weapon. When he came back out, meaning he wasn't carrying it on him.
Your Honor, permission to move about freely within the well?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Sir, you stated to this jury earlier you were on with your dispatch and they advised you to call the police because they could overhear the situation.
That is correct.
Did you call the police?
I did.
I'm handing you what I pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 124. Do you recognize what this disc is?
I do.
What is it?
This is the 911 recording.
And could you identify whose voices are we going to hear on this recording?
It's going to be my voice and the police dispatch.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers in the evidence State's Exhibit number 124, tender to defense for objection.
Your Honor, my objection to this would be, this witness has not testified that it has not been altered from the original call that was made. He is the individual who made the call, but he cannot testify as to the contents of that particular 911 call that was made. He is not the custodian of records, and the proper predicate has not been laid for the admissibility of the 911 call through this tow truck driver.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, the State has laid the proper foundation. This defendant has identified, this witness has identified the voices that we're going to hear on this call.
He has listened to it.
Mr. Brown, have you had a chance prior to testifying today to listen to the audio that's on this disc?
I have,
And again, can you identify the voices that you heard on this disc?
this would be mine and the 911 dispatch.
Your Honor, at this time, offers in the evidence State's Exhibit number 124.
Thank you. Defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 124 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
This is Timothy, speaking police, fire, or EMS.
Probably, most likely the police.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna need police assistance.
Alright, where you at?
Let me look and see exactly what this address is. I'm at the Mountain Valley Lane, 5875 Mountain Valley Lane. I'm on the side of the street of an apartment complex.
Okay, what's going on?
Okay, so I'm a tow truck operator. I'm here to pick up a car for a customer that called. She says it's her car. She's got title and everything. The daughter's boyfriend has the keys. He came outside fully masked with a gun, refuses to give us the keys to the car. And the mother is here. She does not speak very good English. And she's scared. But I was trying to see if we didn't have an officer here while I load this vehicle.
Okay, 1 second. he still there? Or-
Yeah, he ran upstairs in the apartment.
Could you get a description of him?
Black male, probably in his early 20s, wearing a black hoodie, a black full face mask, got a black pistol, mounted underneath his, like a shoulder harness.
Okay, was he trying to take the vehicle?
He's refusing to give us the keys to the vehicle.
Okay. Do you, how long ago did this happen?
About 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes? Okay, is anyone else hurt?
No, nobody's hurt.
No one's hurt? Alright, one moment. Is it a house and apartment?
It's an apartment.
Do you know the number?
No, I'm off the service road. It's on the far side of the apartment.
Are you able to see a building number or anything?
I'm between, I want to say right here on the side of building 31,
Okay.
Stretch Drive.
Do you know the apartment company or complex names?
The name, Mountain Valley Apartments. And I'm on the outside street. And I got the mother,
Okay, so you don't think that's...
yeah, I'm on the phone with him now. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, it's wherever you want to go. No, that's fine, that's why I called the police.
Okay, who are you talking to, sir?
That's the owner of the vehicle.
Okay. What are they talking about?
She is scared that the guy's gonna attack her for trying to take the vehicle. So she's just gonna wait up the street and wait for the police. She wants to come and retrieve her car.
Okay. One moment. Do you have the information of the vehicle?
Yes. Let me get out and get that for you. Could be a white Chrysler 300. And let me know when you're ready for that license plate.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, Robert Henry David, 7235.
Take a...
Yes, that's the plate.
Okay. Do you have a description of the owner?
Hispanic, female, excuse me, Hispanic female, probably, mid-50s.
Did Would they like ambulance or anything like that?
I'm sorry?
Does anyone need an ambulance?
No. Nope, no ambulance.
Okay.
Just an officer.
Okay. All right, we'll get someone dispatched out there shortly.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Do you need anything else?
No, I'll just be here. I'm gonna stall and act like I'm, having trouble loading it. I mean, I really am gonna have trouble loading it.
Okay. Can I just?
I'd rather have an officer here whenever I do take possession of this vehicle.
Okay, sounds good. Can I just confirm your name and phone number, please? Just give you the call next.
Yeah, James Brown,
And phone number?
469-474-4676.
Okay. And where are you gonna be waiting at?
I'm gonna be waiting here with at the vehicle.
Is that on the, like, kind of in the service room?
Yes, it's the furthest road on the outside of the apartment complexes.
So, is it near an entrance exit?
Yes. I want to say you can exit or you can access it from the service road.
You can access from the service road, okay.
And then, I mean, I can see the service road, so when I'm turned around, I'll have all my lights on, so once they pull in, they'll see where I'm at.
Okay, you'll have your lights on for the tow truck?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All righty, well, that'd be appreciated. We'll wait for an officer.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. All right. All right.
Now, Mr. Brown, I think earlier I said March 10th, 2023, but this was actually March 20th, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
You had mentioned on the call utilizing a stall tactic. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that and why you decided to employ such a tactic?
So when the owner of the vehicle came up crying and scared that she did not want to be left alone and she did not want to leave the vehicle there, a stall tactic is when, you know, you try to stall, you take longer than normal to do a job. I felt for the woman, I could see the fear in, you know, that she had, so I did everything I could to slow the time down, to wait for an officer to get there. That's whenever we decided that it was gonna be a civil situation, and I started to back out of the call.
And did you wait on the police?
I did.
How long did you end up waiting before the police
It was
arrived?
about 30 minutes.
So, as you waited 30 minutes, the mother, where was she and where were you? Were you inside your vehicle?
I was in my truck, yes, and she was in her vehicle about 2 buildings down, watching me.
And in the 30 minutes that you guys waited on the police, the person with the hoodie and the mask who had waved the gun, where was he?
It was back and forth into the apartment and then back out toward my truck.
Ask the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Brown,
Yes, ma'am.
my name is Ms. Walton. I'm gonna ask you some questions. If you don't understand my question, please let me know and I'll rephrase, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Only one of us can talk at a time, okay? Because the court reporter here is gonna take down everything we're saying.
Absolutely.
She can't take down head nods, she can't take down and okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So how long have you been a tow truck driver?
19 years.
Okay? So in the 19 years you've been a tow truck driver, when you come to take somebody's vehicle, it's not uncommon for somebody to come out with a gun, correct?
That is true, it is not very common, but it also depends on which type of towing that you're doing.
And you would agree with me that this particular person who came out of the apartment complex did not call you to come tow this vehicle that you said he had possession of, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so if somebody is coming out of their place of residence and they see somebody with a tow truck to come and take the car they have possession of, it's expected for them to be a little upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because you said you calmed him down, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So you told him, hey, this is what I'm here for. Yes?
Yes.
And he calmed down.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after he calmed down, did he ever wave the gun in your face?
No, ma'am, it did not.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about how do you verify ownership when someone calls your company and says, I'm the owner of a car, I need you to come tow this car.
Okay. There's several different ways.
Well, let me make it simpler for you. On this day, how did you verify the owner of this car that you came to tow?
She showed me the title,
Who showed you the title?
the owner of the vehicle.
Who was the owner of the vehicle?
I believe the mother of the young lady.
And what was the mother of the young lady's name?
I do not recall her name.
Okay, and you would agree with me that that's important as to ownership, right?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're coming here today to testify about the owner of this car?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said earlier that when you all got a call for this car to be towed, a young lady called and said the car to be picked up.
That is correct.
Okay, but you told 911 that it was a Hispanic lady in her 50s.
Well, I mean, you can't tell by age by just listening to the voice. I just go by visual.
Okay, so you still, well, and even before you testified, you knew that the person that you encountered was in their 50s, right?
Well, I'm just assuming age.
Regardless, you knew that this person was over the age of majority.
Yes.
Okay, and when you took the stand, you still said a young lady.
Well, I'm not sure if it was the daughter or the mother who
Got it.
called.
Perfect, okay. So when you said a young lady called, you don't know exactly who called other than a lady.
That is correct.
Perfect, okay. Now, you said they wanted the car picked up and taken to the residence.
Yes.
Okay. Now, then at another point, well, let me keep going as to what you testified to. You said that the lady said it was her daughter's car.
I believe it was the mother owns the car, the daughter has possession of it,
And that's what you're assuming, correct?
is what I'm assuming, yes.
Okay. Because you can't testify to that 100% to this jury, correct?
Well, with her name on the title,
But you were unable to just tell me what name was on the title, correct?
that is correct, yes.
Okay. So again, you are assuming. Yes?
I would assume yes.
Okay. Now, you said that this lady came up to you and said she was in fear of being injured by the person who had the car.
That is correct.
Now, the whole while you were there, did you see any interactions of the person you said came down the hoodie going towards this lady in the car with a gun?
Once.
He went towards the lady with the gun.
Not with a gun in his
Okay.
hand.
Well, that was my question. Did you ever once, while you were there, see this person in the black hoodie go towards this woman with the gun?
Okay.
You want me
With
to
the gun in
rephrase
his
it?
hand, no.
Okay,
But
that was my
whatever,
question.
Yes.
But without the gun?
I mean, I assume it was probably, he never went inside from that point, so it would have to have been in a holster.
Okay, say that again.
He never went inside from that point.
Which
Well,
point are we talking about?
Well, from when you asked, when she came, did I see him go towards her? That's when she turned around and drove off.
All right, let's dissect what all you're saying.
Okay.
So the first time you said that you came, well, let me tell you exactly what your testimony was. You said that you came up, you saw the Chrysler 300, and you said a man came out waving a gun at my location, right?
That is correct.
And you told him it's not a repossession, correct?
That is correct.
He calmed down quite a bit,
Yes.
and you said he went back into the apartment.
Well, when he walked, before he went to the apartment, that's when he started walking towards the mother. She then drove off, then he turned around and walked off and went up to the apartment.
So there was never any interaction between the man in the, what you said was a hoodie, and the woman in the car. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so then you said the man went back into the apartment, and you said he came back.
Yes,
And this time, you said you didn't see a gun.
that is correct.
But then you slid in, but that doesn't mean he didn't have a gun.
Of course,
But when you told 911 on the call, they asked you whether or not he had a gun, and you said, no, there's no gun now. You remember that?
visible, there's no gun visible.
Well, you didn't make that distinction with 911, correct?
Okay, well, I'm sorry,
But you didn't, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, you said he went back and forth 2 to 3 times to his apartment.
That is correct.
And that was during the time you were stalling, waiting for the police to come to load up the car.
That is correct.
Okay. And those 2 to 3 times when he came back, he never brandished a weapon towards you, correct?
That is correct.
You never saw a weapon those 2 to 3 times he came back, correct?
That is correct.
And when the police came and the police talked to everybody, right?
And,
Yes.
I left a few minutes after police arrived.
Okay. Well, the police arrived and talked to you,
That's correct.
talked to the person in the black hoodie
Yes,
and the mother.
yes.
Okay. And then the police came to you and said it was a civil matter.
I told the officer it was gonna be a civil matter.
Okay, so you told the officer it was a civil matter.
Yes,
Now, originally you said you were trying to do everything you could to help and get this vehicle, right?
yes,
But you ultimately left the scene without the car.
yes, I did, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, they asked you earlier, can you tell us what type of gun it was? And you initially said a 9mm,
Yes, that's correct.
and then you said, but sometimes you can't tell, based on the situation. Can you conclusively say it was a 9mm?
No, I cannot.
Okay. And I want to make sure the record is clear because you said the 2 to 3 times that he went back and forth, it was between the apartment and your truck,
That's
right?
true. Yes,
Okay. So those 2 to 3 times, it was interacting with you and your vehicle.
yes,
Okay. Now, you told 911 that you wanted an officer to come out while you were towing this car, and he wouldn't give you the keys.
that is correct.
You can tow a car without keys, right?
Yes, I can.
But you chose not to on this day, right?
Well, if it's a rear-wheel drive, you need to have the vehicle in neutral.
But you can still tow a car without keys, correct?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so it's not something you couldn't have done, it just wasn't done, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you told 911 that he ran upstairs. Did he run away from your vehicle and run upstairs, or was
He ran,
that was the terminology? He physically ran
yes,
away from your vehicle
yes,
after brandishing a weapon to you?
yes.
Okay. And when he came back the 2 to 3 times to your vehicle, did you guys say anything to each other?
We had a small conversation. He told him that, that it was gonna end up being a civil matter, that, I even once told him, I said, the police will show up, they will agree that it's gonna be a civil matter. And that's whenever the gentleman was actually locked calm, he knew that I wasn't gonna take the vehicle.
So you actually were able to have a normal conversation with the man?
Yes,
Okay. So it wasn't a situation where you were in fear of your life?
once you take control of the situation, you can control how you feel, but yes, that is correct. I was not in fear after calming him down.
Okay. And typically in situations as a tow truck driver, for you doing it almost 2 decades, that's what happens a lot of times, right? You have to calm the situation down.
In my side of towing, yes, there's multiple sides of the towing industry.
But we're talking about your side.
That's the, yes,
Yes, because you were the tow truck driver.
yes.
Okay. Do you speak Spanish?
No,
Okay. Because I know you made reference to the mother being there not speaking much English.
that is true.
And you didn't have a dog in this fight, right?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have a dog in this fight.
No,
Okay. You understood what I meant by that phrase, right?
like, why am I even part of this type thing?
Like, you weren't a party to it either way or the other.
Absolutely, that is
Okay.
correct.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
State,
Nothing further from the state.
make this police be released.
No objections. from the
Yes,
state.
Your Honor, he may be released.
Thank you, sir, you're free to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 15-minute break. And be back at, let's see, 11:10.
All rise.
we're back on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is confirmed, his attorney has stated is present, the jurors are present and seated. Both sides have finished examining James Brown. Is the state ready to proceed with their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, state calls to the stand Officer Zachary Netzer.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
State your name, proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, officer. May I have you turn to the jury, and could you state and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Zachary Netzer. Netzer is spelled A-N-E-T-Z-E-R.
And, sir, how are you employed?
With the Dallas Police Department.
How long have you been working for the Dallas Police Department?
Was hired in October 2015.
And what's your official title with the Dallas Police Department?
I am a corporal of police assigned as a field training officer at the Southwest Patrol Division.
What would be the proper title as I address you moving forward?
Corporal.
Corporal Netzer, could you tell this jury what all you do, what your role, what your duties would be as a corporal for the Dallas Police Department?
So my primary duties right now, the main core function is going to be as a field training officer. So I receive new recruits that come out of the academy, essentially show them the ropes as we go out on patrol, in a Dallas Police car answering 911 calls for service.
And you would have been working as a corporal for the Dallas Police Department on March 20th, 2023?
So I would have been a senior patrolman at that time.
And on March 20th, 2023, were you called out to the Vista, Montana apartments on Mountain View Lane in Dallas, Texas?
Yes.
Could you tell this jury why you were called out to that location?
So if I recall correctly, it was actually an emergency call for service. I believe the disturbance starting in town around foot would be the correct signal. The call comment stated that allegedly there was a man with a gun that had gotten into a disturbance with a tow truck driver over potentially a repo of some kind.
Now, when you are called out to a scene, do you go to these scenes alone, or do you go accompanied by another officer?
So when I was a senior patrolman, I would ride as a one-man, but there would be additional what's called cover elements that would be dispatched to the call as well in separate cars.
And when you would go out to an armed encounter like this, would you be equipped with body-worn camera?
Absolutely.
Would you have had that body-worn camera footage rolling at the time that you assisted in this call?
Oh, yes.
Showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 125 and 126. Can you tell the court what it is that I've handed you?
These are copies of my body-worn camera video from that day.
And 125 would be your full body-worn camera video, is that correct?
Yes.
And 126, would this just be a redacted copy of your body-worn camera footage?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to view both recordings prior to testifying today?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the investigation that you assisted in on March 20th of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers in the evidence State Exhibits 125 and 126. 125 for record purposes only, 126 for all purposes.
Your Honor, I have some objections to 125 and 126. And I believe the court needs to watch the videos before making a ruling.
you watch the 126 exhibit 126?
I just asked opposing counsel about 126 and my concern, and he said it's there.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you I don't know how long,
The video is only 10 minutes long.
10 minutes? Okay, 10-minute break. Let's be back at 11:32.
All rise.
ready to proceed with this witness?
Your Honor, state is ready.
Defense is ready.
All right. It may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Earlier, Corporal Netzel, you said you responded to an armed disturbance on Mountain Valley Lane, is that correct?
Yes,
And that would have been the Vista Montana Apartments?
yes.
Who did you come into contact with when you got to that scene?
The first officer on scene was Corporal Jose De La Rocha, and then, I noticed, I guess he had talked to a couple folks, but, I noticed that there was a tow truck driver on scene that I don't believe had been spoken to yet.
So there's a tow truck driver, who else is at the scene?
The defendant is at the scene as well.
When you say the defendant, are you referring to Harold Thompson?
Yes,
If I'm in seat 2, this is seat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what seat is Harold Thompson sitting in?
C4.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified this defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Now, when you came into contact with Mr. Thompson, what was he wearing?
He was wearing black sweatpants, a black hoodie, and then it's like a face covering mask, like something for cold weather. Out in the streets we call him like a shiesty, but the term is like balaclava.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 127 through, I believe it's 132. Can you tell this court what it is that I handed you?
These are photos of the defendant at the scene and my interaction with him.
And is this what the defendant would have looked like on March 20th, 2023 when you responded to the tow truck incident?
Yes.
And at this time, State Office and the Evidence, State's Exhibits 127, 128, 129, 131, and 132 for all purposes, and State's Exhibit 130 for record purposes. Sending to defense for objection.
Oh, sorry. Your Honor, I have an objection to, oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Wood, would you show me the exhibits?
Oh.
while,
Okay,
May I approach, Your Honor?
is,
sorry.
objecting. Do you need the photo in front of you?
No, I'll remember the number.
All right.
May I approach, Judge? No.
And one more.
This is State's 128.
I thought that was 129.
No, 129 and 130.
Okay.
130 is for record purposes, 129 was for all purposes.
What's your objection, counsel?
If you, well,
130 is for record purposes.
yes, 129 though. If you look at 129, it is, and I'm trying to choose my words very carefully.
May we
Maybe
approach
to
your
the
honor?
sidebar.
May we approach?
Yeah, because I'm, okay.
27, 128, 131, and 132 for all purposes, and 129 and 130 for record purposes.
Okay, any objections?
So I have no objections to 127, 128, 131, 132 for all purposes, and no objections to 129 and 30 for record purposes only.
Okay. All right, State Exhibits 127, 128, 131, and 132 are admitted for all purposes. State Exhibits 129 and 130 are admitted for record purposes only.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then with respect to States Exhibits 125 and 126, has the court made a
State
ruling?
Exhibit number 125 is admitted for record purposes only. State Exhibit number 126 is admitted.
For all purposes, or
I thought-
for record
wait.
purposes?
Wait,
No, 126.
126 is the redacted video.
Yes.
We're offering it for record purposes.
Okay,
Only.
for record purposes.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
yes.
All right, you said that the defendant at the scene was wearing what?
Black hoodie, black sweatpants, and a balaclava.
And when you say balaclava, that's basically a full face ski mask?
Mhm.
We're looking at States Exhibit
You
number,
say yes or no, sir,
Yes.
for the record.
we're looking at States Exhibit number 127. Who are we looking at here in this frame?
This is the defendant.
Now, the defendant, were you able to get his name?
Not initially, no.
How did you end up getting his name?
I had to make a detention, and then eventually he gave it freely.
And what was the name that he gave you?
Harold Thompson.
What are we looking at here in States Exhibit number 128?
It's an elaborate tattoo on the right hand.
At any point during your encounter with Harold Thompson, did he pull down his ski mask?
Not until I had to do it. I believe me or one of the other officers had to remove it.
All right, what are we looking at here in States Exhibit number, who are we seeing in States Exhibit number 131?
That's the defendant unmasked.
Is that the same, the person that we're seeing in that photo, is that the same person that we see in seat number 4 in the courtroom?
Yes.
And again, what are we looking at here in States Exhibit number 132?
The defendant as well, unmasked.
Now, when you had your encounter with the defendant, did you inform him that a report had been made against him?
There was an allegation, yes.
And what was his reaction when he learned that a report had been made against him?
Initially, he was very confused, and I didn't have all the details, so I filled him in on what I could at the time.
And then, was that his only reaction?
No,
Did he make any statements?
he did later. Mhm.
What were those statements?
He began yelling at, there was a woman inside of a car.
Do you know who the woman inside of the car was?
Not exactly. She's the one, though, that brought forth, or that gave me knowledge of the allegation.
Okay. And what was he yelling at the woman at the car? Do you remember?
It was something along the lines of, what did you tell them? I didn't do expletive.
You can say the expletive.
I didn't do shit.
I'll pass the witness.
Defense?
just a couple of questions, officer. Oh, you can't say uh-huh. You have to say yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, don't age me, don't call me ma'am now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just a couple of follow-ups. You said he was yelling at a woman inside of a car saying, what did you tell him? This woman, was she over the age of 40?
I believe so.
Okay. And you were able to actually have a conversation with Harold, right?
Yes,
Okay.
briefly.
And so you were called out to the scene of, you said, well, not you said, opposing counsel said, a man with a gun Oh, no, you said that. Man with a gun, I apologize, we've had so much going on since you've been on the stand. Man with a gun, potentially repossession of some kind.
Right.
And when you got there, you did your initial investigation, right?
We dispelled the man with the gun, yes.
Okay, that's where I was going.
Yes,
You saved us a little time, because it was gonna take me about 5 sentences to get there. So you never saw a gun?
no.
And would you tell the jury, just so our record is clear, when you say dispel that rumor, what does that mean?
Our preliminary investigation showed that the initial call signal was not accurate.
Okay. And in fact, while you were there, the tow truck driver left before you did, right?
Yeah, he asked to leave the scene.
Okay. And then, and when is an initial call, for a man with a gun? You send multiple cars, right?
Yes,
Okay, and that's why there were multiple cars that we can see in those photographs, right?
right.
Okay. And once that rumor is dispelled, like you said, everything, you guys are no longer on edge, pretty much, if that makes sense.
For that instance, yes.
Okay. And so once that rumor was dispelled, and the man with the gun situation was resolved, that's what you handled, right? Yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. And you said that, tell me what if you know, and I always mess up the name of the type of mask that it is, the baklava mask?
Balaclava.
Oh, yeah, see, I never get that right.
Would you spell it? Can you spell it?
I can spell it.
I'm not sure that I
Okay.
can
Okay,
try.
never mind.
I can spell it.
Okay,
It's BALACLAVA,
I wouldn't have gotten that.
okay.
all these degrees. Do you know the origin of those masks and why people typically wear them?
No, I do not.
Okay, you don't know it comes from military?
I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough,
I
fair
know
enough.
I know they're worn during cold weather, but I don't know
Yes.
in fact the actual origin.
Okay, fair enough. I was just curious, since you knew how to actually say it, I wanted to know if you knew the origin. Now, you said that you or another one of the officers pulled his mask down? Yes?
Yes,
Okay. And, we saw that in the photograph? Yes?
yes,
Okay. And everything was fine when you pulled the mask down, right?
yes,
Nobody attacked you?
correct,
None of that aggression or anything like that happened, right?
correct.
Okay. So you were pretty much called out for man with a gun, you took care of that and all is well. Fair enough?
There was a second unrelated procedural instance at the scene. But once we learned that the disturbance over the car was just a civil matter, we don't get involved in that.
And a civil matter means the parties gotta figure it out
Correct,
without police involvement.
correct.
Okay. Thank you, officer. Pass the witness.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Corporal Netzer, do you recall what time you got the dispatch to come out to 5875 Mountain Valley Lane?
I can't remember the exact time, it was gonna be late afternoon.
Would it help refresh your memory if you got a chance to look at the call incident detail report?
Yes,
Could you also look to see when the first officer arrived and what time you arrived? Let's read it real quick. I don't want you to read off the report, just take a look.
so I would have been assigned,
I want you to read off it, just
Okay.
commit it to memory. Okay, when did the call come out?
around late 4:50, I
Okay.
think,
When did the first officer arrive?
before me.
Have you take a look at the call detail report again, if you could. Tell me what time the call went out, what time the first officer arrived, and then what time you arrived. call come out?
4:47,
And when did the first officer arrive?
5:03,
And when did you arrive?
5:07.
So 16 minutes and 20 minutes respectively had passed the time, from the time that the first call to the police went out that, hey, there's an armed disturbance. 16 minutes later, the first officer responds to the scene, correct?
Right.
And then 20 minutes later, or 20 minutes after that first call went out, that's when you arrived, correct?
Yes,
You said that when you got there, the defendant didn't have a gun on him, is that correct?
yes.
16 minutes, anywhere between 16 and 20 minutes, in your experience, is that enough time for somebody to put away a firearm?
It's a possibility.
Is that enough time for somebody to put away a firearm when they know that the police are being called?
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh,
Yes, that is a possibility.
And so when you did arrive, this defendant, did he have a gun on him or not?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
I have no further recross, Your Honor.
is this be released?
No
Amen.
objection from the state.
All right, thank you. You're clear. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 1-hour lunch break and be back at 1:15.
All rise.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from lunch. Okay, before we, went to lunch, I believe both sides had finished with, Zachary Netza. Is the state ready, for their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about the defense?
Defense is ready as well, Your Honor.
Okay, state, call your next witness.
They call Melissa Castro.
Good afternoon. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Waleska Castro, C-A-S-T-R-O, and I am the trace evidence supervisor at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, also known as SWIFT, also known as Dallas County Crime Lab.
And what kind of work do you do at SWIFT's or the Crime Lab?
As a supervisor, I oversee administrative tasks, but also I perform different types of analysis that we do in the trace evidence lab.
And what is trace evidence? Can you define that term?
Trace evidence is trace materials that are left behind during a crime. And these trace materials are often transferred during conduct.
And what education or training did you undertake to get the job that you have at SWIFT's?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry and a master's degree in chemistry, both from University of Puerto Rico. I also have a PhD in chemistry from Florida International University. In addition to that, I went through training at SWIFT's for the different types of testings that we do.
So would it be more appropriate for me to call you Dr. Castro?
Yeah.
All right. So Dr. Castro, did you undertake any kind of trace evidence testing or contribute to that in the case for which we're on trial today?
I did a collection of residues from clothing items, specifically shoes, on a case IFS 2309139.
Now you give an IFS number. Why is that IFS number important?
That number is a unique case number that is assigned to evidence or any case, any evidence submitted to a case that is related to a decedent or a victim.
Does that number follow everything that's either tested or analyzed in a particular case?
Yes, it is assigned to an individual or a victim that comes to the laboratory, or a case that is submitted to the laboratory, and that number is associated with the victim, and anything related to that case or that individual will be under that case number. That's the way we keep track of all the evidence.
So that you know all the evidence goes with it, one certain case.
Correct.
Is SWIFT's a 4-fee laboratory?
Yes, we are.
What does that mean?
That means that anybody could request a test, and we will perform a test for a fee.
So if I come and pay the fee, I can find out if there's residue on a particular item.
You could submit that request, yeah. You submit the evidence and you can request, and as long as you pay the fee, we will be able to do the testing.
Can you describe how you would test for residue on an item?
Basically, we use an aluminum disc. It's with a flat surface, and that flat surface has a sticky tape. So we will grab that aluminum disc and dab the sticky tape against the surface with potential gunshot residue.
And you said for potential gunshot residue. What is gunshot residue?
Primer gunshot residue is that residue that comes out of the gun when the gun is fired. It will be particles that will have specific chemical composition and morphology, and they will, as I mentioned, come out of the gun when it's fired, and it will be deposited on any surface exposed to the path of these gunshot residue particles.
Is gunshot residue something that is always visible to the naked eye?
No, you require a special instruments to be able to see the gunshot residue particles. They are, in general, about 80 microns in size, and that, to give you a perspective, it would be around or about the width of a single strand of hair or smaller.
Now, did you actually conduct the gunshot residue testing in this case?
No,
Who performed that?
it would have been Mr. David Spence.
And so, what role did you play in analyzing the gunshot residue?
I just did the collection of potential gunshot residue from different pair of shoes.
Dr. Castro, if I showed you photographs from your notes, would that aid the jury in understanding what items you took gunshot residue from in order to be analyzed later by Mr. Spence?
Yes.
May I approach you on?
Yes, you may.
I'm gonna now show you what's been marked State's Exhibits 107 through 114. Just take a look at these and just note to yourself if these are the items that you took samples from.
They appear to be a copy of my notes.
State will offer States 107 through 114.
Any objections by the defense?
Not so far, Judge. I'm still going through it and marking. I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, State Exhibits 107 through 114 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Let's first look, Dr. Castro, at States 107. I'll zoom in for you. You should be able to see it on the screen next to you. States Exhibit 107. And what is the item marked, item number 911? And you can read from the screen if you want.
Item 911, it's a white Nike shoe, and this is a photograph of that shoe.
Is there a size of that shoe?
Yes, it's a United States size 11.5,
All right,
a Nike Air brand.
all right. So 911. And is this the right or left shoe?
It's a left.
All right. So we got a left shoe, size 11 and a half. And what color is it?
White.
Looking at states 108. What is that? I'll back up a little bit.
That's a picture of item 912, a Nike, white Nike shoe, right shoe.
And what size is that?
It's US 11.5, and it's a Nike Air brand, and it's a white shoe.
Would that be the companion to 911?
It was submitted in the same box or bag.
You don't know if those two shoes are worn by the same person at the same time, do you?
I wouldn't know.
But they're the same size, one is a left and one is a right.
Correct.
States Exhibit 109. What is it? 921. You're free to just read what's on the screen too. Either way is okay.
Yeah. The item 921, it's a white and blue Jordan shoe, and it's a left shoe.
And what size is that?
It's size US 10.5.
All right. So 9, 2, 1 left, and it's a 2 and a half, 10 and a half, I'm sorry,
Yes.
blue and white. And what is State's Exhibit 110?
That's item 922, white and blue Jordan shoe, and it's the right shoe. And it's a size US 10.5.
All right. 9, 2, 2, right, 10 and a half, blue and white. And State's 111.
That is a picture of item 931, a white Nike shoe, and it's a left shoe. The brand is Nike Air, and it's UK size 7 or US size 8,
And is that smaller than the other shoes?
I believe so.
Oh, what was the size?
8, US 8, UK 7.
And what color is that shoe?
White.
We'll just use the US size 8,
Mhm.
and that is white. States 112. What is that?
That's a white Nike shoe, and it's the right shoe. Brand is Nike Air, and the size is US 8.
Looking at States 113. What item is this?
That's a picture of item 941, a white Nike shoe, and it's the left shoe. The brand is Nike Air, the size is 11.5.
And States 114.
That would be a picture of item 942, and it's a white Nike shoe, the right shoe. Brand is Nike Air, and the size is US 11.5.
Now, where did you take samples from on all these items?
The areas of collection are the exterior, the top exterior, so it would be the entire surface on the top of the shoe.
Can you demonstrate how you would take those samples, like physically, like what would you do?
I will use my sampling device, the one that I'm using for collection, and I will dab against randomly the surface of that item.
And is what you described today and the items that you took samples from the extent of your involvement in this case?
Can you repeat the question?
Is this all you did
Yes.
for this case? All right. Thank you, we'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Ms. Castro, what was your first name?
Waleska,
Would you spell that, please?
Waleska.
Ms. Castro, my name is John Reed. Along with Ms. Walton here, we represent the citizen accused in this case, Harold Thompson. Now, you say you have a doctor's degree in chemistry?
That's correct.
All right, Dr. Castro. Well, I'm Dr. Reed. I have a Juris Doctor's degree. Okay?
Okay?
All right, and so is Miss Walton. She's Dr. Walton also. Now, how long do you say you've been working for the Forensic Science Department?
I have been at Swift, working at Swift since 2013.
How long have you been in forensic science?
Since I started working at Swift.
Okay, so since 2013, you've worked as a forensic scientist.
Correct.
You are the supervisor of how many employees?
2 employees.
2. David Spencer and who else?
Her name is Gilani Killinger.
Is she still there?
Yes, she is.
I know them both very well, by the way. How many times have you testified as an expert?
Many times.
Approximately? 100?
Maybe between 100 and 200 times.
Okay. All right, and ma'am, when you looked at 9-3-2, tell me where it is that you took the sampling from.
9, which one? Can you repeat?
9-3-2.
So in my notes it's described as the residues were collected from the top exterior of the item. As I described before, the collection is a random dabbing of these stubs or sampling devices against the surface of the item.
Okay, so you don't take any pictures of exactly where you take the sampling, that's just where you remember how you generally do it.
Correct. There is no specific location where I necessarily say this is exactly where I collected. It's a random collection.
All right, but Dr. Castro, is that the way you did that with each one of these tennis shoes?
That's correct.
Were you asked to take any samplings of any other items in this investigation?
No,
Were you given any pants to do any diagnostic, do any sampling on?
no,
Shirts, hoodies, nothing else,
no,
just these shoes?
correct.
Do you know where these shoes came from?
No, I don't.
By looking at these shoes, is there anything here that will say that you could identify anyone that used any type of shooting in this case?
Not by looking at the shoes, neither by looking at any testings that we perform in terms of gunshot residue analysis.
Thank you very much. I pass witness, Judge.
State,
Nothing further, thank you.
may this witness be released?
No objection from the state?
None from the defense.
Thank you, doctor, for your leave. Call your next witness.
State calls David Spence.
It's true, though. Professor Dennis. There they are.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do
afternoon, sir. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, David Spence, S-P-E-N-C-E, and I'm a trace evidence examiner at the Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences.
And we heard about what SWIFS, or the Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences, is. What section do you work in?
I'm in the trace evidence unit.
And if we heard what the Trace Evidence Unit does, how would you be related work-wise to Dr. Waleska Castro?
So she's the supervisor and I'm one of the analysts in the section. And I analyze all the different sub-disciplines that we perform in that laboratory. So I perform gunshot residue analysis, blood stain pattern analysis, hair examinations, and fire debris analysis.
And how long have you worked in this field of trace evidence?
Trace evidence, about 36 years, and in addition to that, about 2.5 years as breath alcohol supervisor.
Can you tell us a little bit about your training and educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry with a minor in mathematics. I was then hired by the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab Division as a breath alcohol supervisor. I was stationed in Wichita Falls, Texas. Actually, I think I said 2.5 years. I spent about 1.5 years in that position. I then transferred to the Texas DPS Crime Lab in Austin, which is their headquarters lab. I was in the trace evidence unit where I learned all different aspects of trace evidence examinations, including gunshot residue analysis, range of fire determinations, paints, fibers, glass, and many other different sub-disciplines for trace evidence. I then trained as a drug chemist and transferred to the Houston DPS Crime Lab as a drug chemist and a trace evidence examiner. Spent approximately 2.5 years in that position. I then was hired by Swift's Lab, and I've been up here for over 25.5 years.
Now, Mr. Spence, have you tested items for gunshot residue a few times or many times?
Many times.
Okay. And have you testified to those results a few times or many times?
Many times.
Did you, can you talk about the process of analyzing swabs taken from an item for gunshot residue? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, so actually you mentioned swabs. Swabs are part of the old GSR analysis technique. Currently we use or referred to as sampling devices. They are aluminum pin stubs. They're shaped like a thumbtack. They have a circular surface that's covered with a double-sided adhesive tape. They're 1 centimeter in diameter, which is approximately 1/2 inch. And those sampling devices are used to dab either the hands or clothing or other inanimate objects that are suspected of being in the proximity of gunshot residue. So in the laboratory, we take those sampling devices, we examine, we inventory the items, we then carbon coat them to put a super thin layer of carbon over the sample, which is part of the sample prep for the analysis we perform. We then set up the sampling devices in an electron microscope that has an X-ray detector. And we set it up in an automated analysis run. We tell it where the samples are located in the instrument and set up the run. We typically let it run overnight. Typically it will run overnight, or maybe it takes 2 days, depending on how many samples you have. And from that, the electron microscope will identify and take photographs or images of any particles that meet certain criteria. And for each particle that it takes an image of, it also collects X-ray data from that particle. The X-ray data gives us elemental composition information. So the electron beam in the scanning electron microscope, when that electron beam strikes a particle, it generates X-rays from the particle that are characteristic of the element in the particle. So then once the automated analysis is complete, the analyst comes back in, we sift through the data set looking for particles that potentially could be GSR. We then tell the instrument to go back and relocate individual particles. We take a new image of the particle and collect a new X-ray spectrum from the particle. And then ultimately determine whether or not it's a gunshot residue particle or particle consistent of, consistent of gunshot residue.
Okay. And, Mr. Spence, you talked about the elemental composition of a particle, correct?
Correct.
So what would be the elemental composition, or what would make up a gunshot residue particle, or what would be consistent with a gunshot residue particle?
Okay, so there are basically two classes of particles. Particles characteristic of primary gunshot residue. Those particles would contain the elements antimony, barium, and lead.
Can I stop you right there, Mr. Spence, just to make sure, I wanna make sure I have this right. Now, you said you're talking about characteristic of gunshot residue?
Correct, yes.
Characteristic, check me if I spell this right, characteristic,
Looks correct.
okay? It's white knuckle rhyme, okay?
Okay.
And what elemental composition are you looking for to say something is characteristic of gunshot residue?
So the characteristic particles would contain the elements antimony, barium, and lead.
Antimony, barium, and lead, okay? So when you say, and you have to have all three?
You have to have all three of those within the same unique particle, individual particle.
Are other particles do other particles have elements of antimonium or barium or lead?
Yes, there are other particles that can contain two of the three different elements. Could be antimony, barium, barium lead, or antimony and lead. And also, we have some two component particles that actually have barium and aluminum. But they're all different combinations of elements that could consist of particles consistent with gunshot residue.
But for characteristic of gunshot residue, you have to have all three.
Yes, all three, antimony, barium, and lead.
Why is that important to have all three?
So the primer of a cartridge case consists of a chemical composition. It's a mixture of chemical elements in a primer cup, which creates a shock-sensitive mixture. And when you fire a firearm, the firing pin strikes the primer cup, which initiates an explosion, which ignites the gunpowder, which forces the bullet down the barrel of the gun. And during that process, there's a very high temperature, high pressure chemical reaction where those individual elements fuse together into molten particles, tiny, tiny particles that as soon as they escape the weapon or firearm, they cool off and solidify into these very tiny particles. When I say tiny, I'm talking approximately half a micron to maybe 5 or 10 microns in diameter. And to put that in perspective, a human hair typically is about 80 micron in diameter. So 1 micron particle would be 1/80th the diameter of a typical human hair.
So something very small.
Yes, correct.
Is having all three of these elements to be characteristic of gunshot residue, does that help differentiate that particle, the source of those types of particles, from other possible sources?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that to the jury?
Yeah, so as I said, for characteristic three-component GSR particles containing antimony, barium, and lead, those are only known to be found originating from firing of a firearm. There is a study that came out of Germany where they found particles on the BMW factory's brake test stand, but they had particles consisting of lead, barium, antimony, but they had significantly high levels of iron in those particles. So that is one source, but in our interpretation of data, if we see a large component of iron in the particle, we reject that as a GSR particle.
But no other sources would have this combination that you're looking for, antimony, barium, and lead?
No, there are cartridge-fired nail guns typically used on construction sites, but they typically, they don't have the three elements, lead, barium, antimony. They typically only have two of the three.
Okay, so you use the term characteristic of, and it sounds like you're talking about two particle or two element particles. You use the term consistent of or consistent with?
Yeah, so characteristic is three elements in the particle. Consistent with GSR would be particles containing two of the elements.
So, and I think you said this before, would that be A and B or B and L, or L and A?
No, it's so you have antimony barium, barium aluminum, or barium lead, and then there's, barium and aluminum particles.
Barium, and we'll say aluminum.
Yeah,
Okay.
those are not the actual chemical element symbols, but.
I understand. But for our purposes, you understand where I'm going with this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, did you actually go through this process of using the electron microscope and looking for data sets, and did you actually conduct analysis for gunshot residue in a case for which we're at trial today?
Yes, I did.
All right. And do you have the IFS number of that?
I do.
What is it?
It's IFS 23 09139. Specifically, my report is under request number 0008.
And did you generate a report of those findings?
I did, yes.
May I approach you?
You may.
Now I'm gonna show you what's been marked States Exhibit 97. Is this a true and exact copy of your gunshot residue analysis tested?
Yes, this does appear to be a true and accurate copy with the addition of State Exhibit 97 statement.
We'll offer States Exhibit 97, having previously tendered to defense for any objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Our State's Exhibit 97 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And before I do that, Mr. Spence, when you talk about characteristic or consistent with gunshot residue, for a layperson, is one result considered stronger than another or more confirmatory than another?
Yes.
Which is which?
So the characteristic particles are known to originate from primer gunshot residue and from no other source.
No other source.
The consistent with particles contain two element combinations, which could originate from gunshot residue, or they could originate from other environmental sources.
Okay,
So they're not unique to gunshot residue.
all right. So characteristic would be stronger, consistent with a little less strong.
Correct.
Let's look at Publishing States Exhibit number 97. Let's get a little bit closer to that. What items were submitted for you to analyze?
Okay, I've got a copy of the same report here, so we had item 7-1, which is a gunshot residue evidence collection kit collected or containing sampling devices from Harold Thompson. And then the two sampling devices in that GSR kit are item 711, sampling device from the left hand of Harold Thompson. Item 712 is sampling device from the right hand of Harold Thompson.
Let me stop you right there, Mr. Spence. If we already heard testimony from Ms. Bree Davis that she took samples from the hands of Harold Thompson, it was already been admitted as States Exhibit 12. Would this be what you're talking about in 711 and 712?
Yeah, so this is a GSR evidence collection kit, item 7-1 for case number IFS 23019139. State exhibit number 12. I can identify it by my initials and the date. And on the evidence seal, my initials and dates, DWS, and the date 10/1 of 24.
All right, Mr. Spencer, so if someone took samples from someone's hands, could those be tested in the exact same way as the items that you're gonna describe in the rest of your report?
Yes, they are, or they can be.
All right, what else did you analyze?
Okay, the next item is item 9-1-1, which was a white Nike shoe left
Okay,
And the next shoe is item 912, white Nike shoe, right.
okay,
The next item was 913, which is a white sock.
mhm,
Item 914 is a black sock. And then item 921, white and blue Jordan shoe, left. And item 922 is a white and blue Jordan shoe, right. And then item 931, white Nike shoe, left. And item 932 is a white Nike shoe, right. Item 933 is a piece of apparent plastic material. And item 9-41 is a white Nike shoe, left. And item 942 is a white Nike shoe, right. And then a gunshot residue evidence collection kit containing sampling devices from Gabriela Yvette Gonzalez, which is item 6-8. And the two sampling devices in that GSR kit are 6-8-1, sampling device from the left hand of Gabriela Yvette Gonzalez. And item 6-8-2 is a sampling device from the right hand from Gabriela Yvette Gonzalez.
when they come from the medical examiner's office, what kind of, samples are those, where would those come from?
So the sampling devices from the medical examiner's office, so the doctors or the technicians during the autopsy will use the same GSR type kits, GSR collection kits, and sample both hands, so the right hand and the left hand, both palm and back on the same sampling device.
Before we get further into your results, Mr. Spence, gunshot residue, if a person is near a weapon that is fired, is it assured that that gunshot residue will be deposited or left on that person if they're sampled later?
Not necessarily.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so some ammunition and firearm combinations are not considered good depositors of gunshot residue on the hands of the person firing the firearm. And so it depends on the chemical elements contained in the primer. That's one thing, but then the type of firearm and the quality of the firearm. So like a revolver, there's a cylinder which has a gap between the rotating cylinder and the barrel. So typically revolvers deposit larger numbers of particles on the firing hand. On semi-automatic weapons, the actual firing chamber is closed at the time the shot is fired. It then very briefly opens to extract the cartridge case and then closes quickly. So there's not as much primer gunshot residue cloud surrounding the hand of the shooter in that type of firearm. The vast majority of the residue goes down through the barrel downrange with the projectile towards the target. So the vast majority, as I say, goes downrange towards, in the shooting case, towards the victim. So if they're in close proximity, a lot of times they will have numerous GSR particles on them.
And what kind of environmental factors could come into play in finding out whether or not someone might have, or an item might have gunshot residue on them after a weapon has been fired?
Okay, so in the case of a living individual, if someone were to fire a handgun or a firearm, and then, let's say, time has elapsed from the time of the shot being fired and the time of evidence collection, any normal activities, touching other objects, touching your clothing, washing your hands, wiping your hands, every mechanical action is going to remove particles from your hand if they were there to start with. And the analogy I've always used is, so back in the old days when teachers used real chalk sticks on a chalkboard. So before you pick up the chalk, you don't have chalk on your hands. But as soon as you pick up chalk, you get chalk dust on your hand. And then when you finish using the stick of chalk, you set it down, pick up books, you touch your clothing, eventually all the chalk dust is wiped off your hands. Or if you wash your hands, you're gonna wash all the residue off. So for a living individual, there's a time frame. Typically it's like 2 to 6 hours after the fact, or 4 to 6 hours. Now clothing, if residue is deposited on clothing, these particles are not volatile. They're not gonna evaporate or just dissipate on their own. They have to be physically removed. So they're gonna persist on the clothing item until they're physically removed. And so that could be, you know, hours, days, months, years potentially if some clothing has never been washed. And there are studies where clothing has been spiked with GSR particles and then washed, and particles have persisted after several washings of the garment. So they can persist for some time.
One second, Mr. Omalaja? Are you all right? Okay.
Let's get towards your results, Mr. Spence. Oh, one more question before we do that. If someone has either particles characteristic of gunshot residue or consistent of gunshot residue, does that mean that they shot a weapon?
It's one of the possibilities, but it could indicate that the individual fired a gun, handled a gun that had GSR residue on it, or was in proximity to a gun at the time the gun was fired.
Let's get towards analyzing results. Let's turn to the bottom of page 3, your results and conclusions.
Okay.
What did you find?
Okay, so at the very bottom of page 3, results and conclusions, I have a statement that says items 9-1-3, item 9-1-4, and 9-3-3 were not analyzed. The evidentiary value of these items is unknown. And those specific items were socks and a piece of apparent plastic.
All right, let's move you down. All right, top of page 4.
Okay.
You made, what did you find on the top of page 4?
Okay. 10 particles consistent with primary gunshot residue were confirmed on item 7-1-1, which is a sampling device from the left hand of Harold Thompson. There were 5 particles confirmed. On item 7-1-2, a sampling device from the right hand of Harold Thompson, there were 5 particles confirmed. And these particles consisted of barium and aluminum or antimony barium particles. And those are considered to be consistent with primary gunshot residue. The presence of these particles on an individual's hand could be due to the individual firing a firearm, being in proximity to a firearm that was fired, handling a firearm or firearm component or object with primary gunshot residue, or being in proximity or in contact with other non-firearm sources that produce similar particles to particles, parentheses, consistent with primary gunshot residue. Some environmental particles, such as but not limited to auto brakes, auto mechanics, fireworks or fireworks technicians, stud guns, and deployed airbags, could produce particles consistent with primary gunshot residue.
So 7-1-1 is from the left hand, and 7-1-2 is from the right hand of Harold Thompson. And when we talked about,
Would you scratch that B out completely?
yes, Your Honor. On the right hand, those were the consistent with particles, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and you said there were 5 particles on each hand, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you gave the reasons why those might be on someone's hands. It could be a firearm, or it could be other ways, is that right?
It could be other other environmental sources, yes.
Okay, let's continue. What else did you find results on?
Okay. Let's see, a sampling device was used to collect residues from the exterior of the white Nike shoe left, which is item 9-1-1. There's one particle characteristic of primary gunshot residue confirmed on item 9-1-1-1, which is a sampling device from item 911 on the exterior, and there's one particle confirmed. And the presence of this particle on an individual's garment could be due to the individual firing a firearm, handling a firearm component, or an object with primary gunshot residue, being in proximity of a firearm when it was fired, or wiping a firearm component, or object with primary gunshot residue on the garment.
Now, this is a little bit slightly different finding on this item than the previous because this is characteristic of gunshot residue.
That is correct, yes.
And so when you got to your explanation here, that's even slightly different than the one before, correct?
Yes, it is.
Is that meaning that there are fewer sources where this could come from?
Yeah, so this is referring to a 3-component lead-bearing antimony particle. And that is found on a shoe. So it's referring to a particle on a garment versus a shoe. So the individual wearing the shoe could have fired a firearm, handled a firearm in proximity, or wiped a firearm or a firearm component or object with gunshot residue on that garment.
And it was one particle.
Correct.
So, Mr. Spence, should we take meaning in the number of particles? Is there a number that you're looking for to say, well, we need a lot of particles, or is there a threshold?
So in our laboratory, finding one 3-component GSR particle is enough to determine that primary gunshot residue was found on that item. We don't have a minimum threshold above 1. But by lab policy, we search the data set. We try to confirm at least 5 if there are at least 5 particles present. If there aren't 5 particles, we confirm as many as we can, up to 5 particles.
All right, so moving on to results in 912.
Okay, so a sampling device was used to collect residues from the exterior of the white Nike shoe right, item 9-1-2. And one particle characteristic of primary gunshot residue was confirmed on item 9-1-2-1, which is a sampling device from item 9-1-2, the exterior. There's one particle been confirmed, and the presence of this particle on an individual's garment could be due to the individual firing a firearm, handling a firearm component or object with primary gunshot residue, being in proximity of the firearm when it was fired, or wiping a firearm component or object with primary gunshot residue on the garment.
I won't make you read that every time, Mr. Spence, but this is the same as the previous. Once you get to characteristic, now you're saying this came from a firearm, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, let's move on to sampling on 921.
Okay. So a sampling device was used to collect residues from the exterior of the white and blue Jordan shoe left, item 9-2-1. One particle characteristic of primary gunshot residue was confirmed on item 9-2-1-1, which is a sampling device from item 9-2-1 from the exterior. One particle was confirmed. And once again, the presence of this particle on an individual's garment could be due to the individual firing a firearm, handling a firearm component, or an object with primary gunshot residue.
I'll stop you there, Mr. Spence. I won't make you read, you don't have to read that part every time, if it's the same as the
It's the
previous.
same as above.
All right, 922.
So for 922, a sampling device was used to collect residues from the exterior of the white and blue Jordan shoe right, item 9-2-2. One particle characteristic of primary gunshot residue was confirmed on item 9-2-1. The sampling device from item 9-2-2 exterior, one particle was confirmed. And the same criteria apply for that one.
Moving on to the results on item 9-3-1.
Okay, so a device was used to collect residues from the exterior of the white Nike shoe left, which is item 9-3-1.
Dash 3-1.
Primary gunshot residue particles were not detected on the sampling device, item 9-3-1-1. Used to collect residues from the exterior of the white Nike shoe left, which is parentheses item 9-3-1. The absence of gunshot residue particles on an individual's garment could be due to the individual not discharging a firearm or being in close vicinity of a discharging firearm. Discharging a firearm or being in close vicinity of a firearm that does not deposit or produce significant characteristic or consistent with particles, primary gunshot residue on the garment. And then washing or wiping of the garment after discharging or handling a firearm component or an object with primary gunshot residue.
And so, if there are no particles, it could be that the person was never near, or that item was never near a gun being fired,
Correct.
or that the residue had been deposited and it had either been wiped off or came off in some other fashion.
That is correct.
All right, let's go to any results on 9-3-2.
On 9-3-2, a sampling device was used to collect residues from the exterior of the white Nike shoe right, item 9-3-2.
9-3-2.
Primary gunshot residue particles were not detected on the sampling device, item 9-3-2. Used to collect residues from the exterior of the white Nike shoe right, item 9-3-2. The absence of gunshot residue particles, primary gunshot residue particles on an individual's garment could be due to the individual.
And I'll stop you there for the same reasons as the previous item.
Correct.
All right, let's go to 9-4-1.
Okay, a sampling device was used to collect residues from the exterior of the white Nike shoe left, item 9-4-1.
9-4-1.
Two particles characteristic of primary gunshot residue were confirmed on item 9-4-1-1. Sampling device from item 9-4-1 exterior. There were two particles confirmed. The presence of these particles on an individual garment could be due to the individual firing a firearm, handling a firearm component, or an object with primary gunshot residue, being in the proximity of a firearm when it was fired, or wiping a firearm component, or an object with primary gunshot residue on a garment.
Okay, and so let's go to 9-4-2.
Okay, a sampling device was used to collect residues from the exterior of the white Nike shoe right, item 9-4-2. 5 particles characteristic of primary gunshot residue were confirmed on item 9-4-2-1. A sampling device from item 9-4-2 exterior. There were 5 particles confirmed. The presence of these particles on an individual's garment could be due to the individual firing a firearm, handling a firearm component, or an object with primary gunshot residue, being in the proximity of a firearm when it was fired, or wiping a firearm component, or an object with primary gunshot residue on a garment.
Now, items 681 and 682, are those the sampling devices that came from the autopsy?
I believe they were. Let me just confirm that. Yes, those are from the autopsy.
Of Gabriela Gonzalez.
Correct.
Was any gunshot residue detected on those sampling devices?
No, primary gunshot residue particles were not detected on the sampling devices, items 6-8-1 and 6-8-2, used to collect residues from the hands of Gabriela Yvette Gonzalez. The absence of primary gunshot residue particles on an individual's hand could be due to the individual not discharging a firearm or being in close vicinity of a discharging firearm. Discharging a firearm or being in close vicinity of a firearm that does not deposit or produce significant characteristic or consistent with primary gunshot residue particles on the firing hand. Washing or wiping the hands after discharging or handling a firearm component, or an object with primary gunshot residue.
Now, as an expert, in gunshot residue, Mr. Smith, let me ask you a hypothetical. If we know and have seen on video Gabriela Gonzalez shot with a firearm from a very close range, but we have sampling devices on her hands not showing gunshot residue, how would you be able to square that?
Well, the plume of gunshot residue particles and gases from discharging a firearm may not have actually come into contact with the hands. Depends on where the hands were in relation to where the firearm was. All I could do is guess, but potentially the hands had been washed or cleaned subsequent to being in the exposure to firing of a firearm. But all I could really say is they were not detected, so.
And so, in all of your testing, if we take the state summary here, and we have 5 on one hand, 5 on another hand, 1 on a shoe, another on a shoe, another third on a shoe, 4th on a shoe, 2 more on a shoe, and 5 more on a shoe. 5, 10, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 particles?
That sounds correct.
In all that you were able to find in all the things that you tested?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Your Honor, will offer State's Exhibit 135 of the summary created by the state offering for all purposes.
This is with what?
135.
I don't have any objection.
All right, this is with 135, is the minute for all purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, we'll pass the witness.
Mr. Varney, would you leave that over here? Thank you, sir.
Oh, the-
All right, defense.
Spence, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm John Reed, and this is Ms. Walton. We represent the citizen accused in this case, Harold Thompson. You and I have known each other for many years.
Yes, we have.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, we have.
I've seen you in court at least a dozen times, if not more.
Probably more. Yes.
Probably more. Yes, sir. Now, so look, better, I'm losing my voice. Can't help it. I'll do the best I can. If you can't hear me, let me know, would you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. These particles you're talking about are identified through an electron microscope, right?
That's the way we detect them.
Okay. Please explain to the jury what that is.
Okay, so the scanning electron microscope is it's a microscope, but it's not an optical microscope. So instead of illuminating the specimen with a beam of light, you're actually impacting an electron beam on the specimen itself. So the electron beam is a 25,000 keV electron, 25 keV source of electrons. So there's a very, very tiny stream of high energy electrons impacting on the surface of the sample. And from that, the instrument has different detectors, but specifically a backscatter detector that we use, which takes an image of the particle that is being imaged. And then at the same time, as the electron beam is interacting with that particle, the high energy of the electron beam is enough to create X-rays characteristic of the elements contained within the individual particle. So so at the same time, we're collecting image, and then we're collecting X-ray information, which is used to identify the elemental composition of the particle.
Very powerful microscope.
It is very powerful, yes.
When it says the sampling devices were carbon coated to Optical imaging, what does that mean?
Okay, so the electron beam in the electron microscope is impacting a beam of electrons onto a specimen. So if your specimen is not grounded, let's say you put a sheet of glass, which is an insulator. The electron beam is gonna interact with that sheet of glass or non-conductive material, and it's gonna charge up. There's gonna be a buildup of electrons on the surface of that item. And then, if we're able to create a path for those electrons to go to ground, then that will dissipate what we refer to as charging. So the super thin coating of carbon that we lay on top of the specimen is the grounding path, which dissipates the electrons from the particle so that we don't get what's called charging. And basically charging, when we're looking at our computer monitor from the electron microscope, it appears as white streaks or just fuzzy white spots that it obliterates the image, basically. So it interferes with the sample.
Does it in any way affect the molecular structure of the object that you're looking at or testing?
No, it adds a thin layer of carbon onto the particle. But as far as the X-ray, it doesn't change the morphology of the particle. We'll pick up a signal of carbon, which we're picking up anyway because the sample is on a piece of carbon tape. So it doesn't interfere with the elemental analysis of the particle.
Okay. Now, electron microscope and energy dispersion, X-ray spectrometry, what is that?
So that's the X-ray detector. And basically what that does, the detector is, so the electron beam is coming down, it's perpendicular to the sample stage. It comes straight down, it interacts with the particle, and then there's what's called a takeoff angle, which the X-rays are gonna, basically they're coming off in a 360-degree pattern, but there's, the detector is mounted at an angle to that, and they're going up into a nozzle for the X-ray detector. And the X-rays that go into the detector and hit the detector source will pick up a signal from each X-ray that it hits the detector. So the computer electronics in the device will give us a spectrum of what the different X-ray energy lines are. And those are characteristic of specific elements. Each element has numerous X-ray lines that are characteristic of that element.
Were you the one using this electron microscope yourself? Were you diagnosing what you were looking at?
Yes, I performed the analysis and I did the interpretation.
And do you have a known that goes along with comparing how you figure out where the element is?
So the detector is calibrated by technicians from the factory. We don't use that as a comparison when we're doing our interpretation, but we have a known specimen that we use prior to the analysis to ensure that the instrument is working accurately, it's detecting particles of a certain size and threshold, and detecting the elements that we're looking for.
Correct.
Specifically lead, barium, and antimony.
Okay. Did you use that known to check your calibrate your machine before you started this time?
Yes, I did.
Now, you testified earlier that there's three major elements to gunshot residue: lead, barium, and antimony.
Correct.
Right?
Right.
Did you ever find barium, antimony, or lead in dirt?
I can't say that I have. We get a lot of dirty samples.
Have you studied it before to see if those elements are in dirt?
The elements themselves will be in dirt,
Correct.
but whether they're all within a same individual particle, that's a different question.
I agree.
So yes, the elements are in dirt, and I guess depending on the geographical region you're in, would be at different levels and concentrations.
Right.
But they're gonna be individual, or they may be in different forms, but not all three together in the same particle.
Okay.
In the same particle of dirt? Excuse me, do you mean in the same particle of dirt?
Yes, so, yeah, individual particle of dirt
Okay.
would not necessarily, wouldn't contain the three elements.
Like an individual grain of sand.
What's that?
Can you test an individual grain of sand?
I have tested those, and typically there's silica.
Of course you can. You can test just about anything if you've got the right element to mix with it.
Yeah, you could test all sorts of samples in the instrument.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that on occasion, if you find two elements like barium and aluminum, antimony and barium, or lead and barium, what does that indicate? If you find either of those two articles in one particular sample.
So the two component particles that we test for are antimony, barium, barium lead, and barium aluminum. And those particles are often associated with gunshot residue. We see them in samples of gunshot residue routinely, but they also can originate from other sources, common sources, which are not gunshot residue related. So when we find two component particles, that's why we have a statement about environmental, could come from environmental sources, and we give examples of what those sources could be.
Okay. You have a degree in science, in chemistry, right?
Correct.
What level of chemistry?
Just a Bachelor of Science degree.
Okay, so you had organic chemistry.
Yes, sir.
Hated that course. 'Cause I have a Bachelor of Science in chemistry too. You and I have talked about this before. Now, when you run your analysis on each, it's a kit, you receive a kit, right?
Correct.
And it's got the samples in it and explains where the samples were taken, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you have all that on this particular case and you're up here, correct?
Yes, I do. Should be in the notes from OGSR.
Okay, you've got your report, right?
I did, yes.
Aluminum, barium and aluminum, antimony and barium, and lead and barium, these particles consistent with primer gunshot residue are produced during the discharge of a firearm and can be found in particular from a number of relatively common sources other than the discharge of a firearm, such as airbag, fireworks at first, right?
Correct.
Okay, why fireworks?
So fireworks are very complex. They have many different chemistries within specific fireworks. But the different elements give different properties to fireworks. They change the color, with magnesium, that's typically what causes the very bright burning, flashing sensation. Strontium will give it a kind of a reddish glow. There are different elements that give different colors to the fireworks.
Different kinds of fireworks.
Correct.
According to what you're using. But it has
And-
some of these elements in it.
Yes, barium aluminum is one of those, but typically it's found with high levels of magnesium.
Correct.
So when we find particles with magnesium, we eliminate those as GMO particles.
How about airbag detonators? What is that?
I don't know exactly what the detonator is, but they do generate barium aluminum particles in some instances.
Detonator is whenever you hit it, you get into a wreck in the front, it explodes the airbag up in your face.
Right,
That's what the detonator is.
it's a shock-sensitive compound that
Correct.
creates a gas cloud that rapidly inflates the airbag.
Percussion grenades, what are those?
I don't know the chemistry of percussion grenades, but they're typically used by law enforcement, and military. They're basically used for tactics for stun. They're not used to injure people, they're used to distract.
Loud,
Loud shock and bang, to get people kind of startled and maybe off, kind of shake them off their game, I guess.
I think we've seen one of those in this case here. Flashbang, to stun someone in a particular area to try to make, to stop them, actually. Not to really hurt them. It's not meant to hurt you, but it's meant to stop you, shock you. That's what it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But your description was great. Now, percussion grenade, what we just talked about, has the same elements as some gunshot residue.
I'm unaware of any percussion grenades containing lead-bearing antimony. They may contain some combinations of those, but I'm not familiar.
How about flashbang grenades?
Same thing, they may have some of the same elements, but they don't generate the three-component lead-bearing antimony particles.
Have you ever tested one to see?
I have not personally done
So if I think it does, it could show that it does, then you'd be surprised?
I would be surprised because I haven't read that in the literature or
Well,
any of the publications.
okay. But it doesn't mean it's not in there, you just haven't read it, it's not in the literature.
I'm unaware of it. I can't say that it doesn't exist, but I've
Okay.
been in the field for a long time and I have not run across it.
Vehicle brake pads, that's an interesting one. Why the vehicle brake pads?
The vehicle brake pads typically contain large levels of barium
Right.
and also antimony. Now, I mentioned in my early testimony about another source of particles containing lead-bearing antimony from the BMW factory in Germany.
Right.
One of the forensic scientists in Bavaria did a study at the BMW test factory, and he found lead-bearing antimony particles from that device, but all of those particles contain large volumes or large percentages of iron. And so that was the differentiating thing for those particles.
At least in that particular area that you're talking about.
Right. Now, to my knowledge, there's never been any published data that shows three-component lead-bearing antimony consisting brake particles in America. And over in Europe, they allow lead in their brake pads for some reason, and that's the difference. America does not allow lead as part of the brake pad material.
How about stun guns? Why would that be a part of it?
Stun guns are typically electronic devices.
Yeah.
But there may be I don't know how the electrodes are projected from the stun gun itself. There may be, I don't know if there's some kind of primer in there, but I'm unaware of them creating three-component GSR particles.
Well, you put it in here for a reason in your report. Why?
That was from the lab. It's from our lab management, put it in there.
So they know that particular area better than you do.
Well, it's
Smith?
stun guns, I think there's a potential of two-component particles, but not the three-component.
Well, Mr. Smith, why would they put it in here?
I don't know.
It's your department, right?
Well, I work there, yes. I'm not exactly sure what page are you?
It's page 2, 6, third, fourth paragraph. Particle consistent with. B. It
Let's see.
says these particles consistent with primer gunshot residue are produced during the discharge of a firearm, or
Oh.
can be found in particular.
Okay. Yeah, I was, when you said, I thought you said stun guns. This is stud gun. So stud gun, I testified earlier about sources of two-component particles. Stud guns are the nail guns that are used in construction sites. And they actually use primer. They're cartridge casings, but they don't have a projectile, but they have two of the three elements, but not all three. So that's why those are listed.
Yeah, so to be clear, you're talking about stud guns.
Stud,
not
S-T-U-D.
stunt.
Right.
S-T-U-D.
S-T-U-D. I did say stunned, excuse me.
Okay, that's.
I just couldn't see it very well. But we got it right, stunned.
Yes.
Okay. But once again, you've never dealt with any flashbang devices
I have not personally.
or tested them.
No, I haven't.
Nine one and 9-1 2. That's the white Nike shoe, tennis shoe, with one particle each, one on the left and one on the right.
That's correct.
Okay. Then right under that is 921, 922, 10.5. I think that's blue and white. What it stands
That's
for. The one
white and
part-
blue or blue and white Jordan shoe.
Whichever.
Correct.
Walter,
Yes, Judge?
would you put that up for the jury, please, what he's referring to?
Oh, I can do
Oh, I'm sorry, you,
it.
the,
It's the,
Yes.
oh, I'm sorry.
it's the state's exhibit.
He has the,
Okay.
Hang on a second.
I can give it to me.
I gotta get up there and do this.
Okay, I'll just go get it for you.
Thank you. All right, 9-1 left. It's 11 size 11.5 white. It's got one particle, correct?
Let me confirm. Yes, one particle, and these are characteristic three component particles.
One microscopic particle, right?
Correct.
Do you know how that particle got on there?
No, I do not.
If it's consistent with the gunshot residue, you don't know how it got there.
Correct. It could be because it was in the vicinity when a firearm was fired, or came into contact with an object that had gunshot residue on it. But I can't say how.
But you don't know where the shoe even came from, right? So you couldn't say.
I personally do not know where the shoe came from.
Okay. 9-1.2 is the right shoe.
That's
The
correct.
same, but it's the same group, same pair of shoes.
Okay, yes, sir.
I'm just letting you know it is, okay? And it's got one particle also. One on the left, one on the right.
Correct.
One microscopic particle
That's correct.
in each shoe. Can you tell us how it got there?
No, I cannot.
You can't tell us what kind of firearm it came off out of, if it did. You can't tell who shot it, if at all. Because we have no actual proof that it is actual anything but a particle of antimony, barium, and lead. Right?
Correct, which are characteristic of gunshot residue, but I can't say how it got there, when it got there. If it is GSR, I can't tell you what gun it came out of or any of that.
Or what kind of cartridge, or anything. And actually, since you weren't there, you don't know how it got on there or where it came from at all.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah, it's my job just to determine whether or not particles are present on the item.
sure. 9-2-1 left, size 10.5, blue and white, Nike, I believe. One particle left and one right. Now,
That's correct.
obviously, well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe someone was wearing two pair of tennis shoes at the same time when they fired a firearm, if at all. But that's not very characteristic of anything, is it?
Well, I'm not sure they'd be wearing two pair of shoes at the same time, but,
What if they, what if they got them all at the same time?
run that by
What if they
people.
found them both at the same place?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it could be from, if a shot was fired in a location where all of these shoes are contained,
Right.
that could explain the deposition of those particles on those pairs of shoes.
So, we know that this particular shooting, can't say it didn't happen because it's on video, was in a street of a gas station, and no one had two pair of shoes on, so it couldn't be the same person, could it?
It doesn't sound likely, no.
No, not really. I mean, we're just trying to be logical here, right?
Right.
Okay. And antimony, barium, barium and lead characteristics can be found in several other things. Right, we agree with that.
Right, I believe, you say characteristic, but these are consistent with particles,
Okay, they can be found in other elements. I mean,
other sources.
thank you.
Correct. The ones on the shoes are the 3 component characteristic particles,
Sure.
which come from the gunshot residue.
At least that's what you say, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 9.41, 9-4.1 is left. I think it's another pair of white Nikes. Right?
Yes, that's a pair of white Nike shoes.
And 9-4-2 is the right, one on the left, one on the right. This, on the right, it's got 5 particles of consistent with gunshot residue. Could you tell me where that was found?
I personally don't know where the shoes were found.
Okay.
Um,
How about the particles? Where were they found?
The sampling of the shoes was performed on the outer upper surface of the shoe. So somewhere on the upper portion of the shoe. It was not from inside or from the bottom of the shoe. But beyond that, I couldn't specifically say where on the shoe they are.
Okay, it appears that we have 3 pair of tennis shoes there. 11.5 for one size and another 11.5 at the bottom here, and here. So they couldn't have been wearing 3 pair of tennis shoes at the same time.
No, it's actually, I believe, 4 pair of shoes.
There's 4, but I'm not talking about the ones size 8. 'Cause
Oh,
that
okay.
wouldn't be consistent.
Yeah,
with
so three pair of shoes.
The 3 that are 10 and above. They couldn't have been wearing 3 pair of tennis shoes at the same time, could they?
I would say that's highly unlikely. Yes.
Could have had them strapped over the shoulder though.
People do unusual things these days.
Really, these days, it's, who knows?
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, it wouldn't be consistent with someone wearing 3 pair of tennis shoes.
Right, that is safe to assume, yes.
Were you given any clothing items from Mr. Harold Thomas in this case to diagnose or to analyze for gunshot residue?
Not to my knowledge. I had the gunshot residue kit from Harold Thompson, and then 4 pair of tennis shoes, which I don't know where those came from, and 1 GSR kit from the complainant.
What did you test from the complainant?
Tested the GSR kit collected at the autopsy.
Whether there's any gunshot residue found on her?
No, there was not.
What did you test from her GSR testing kit?
So, on the report, item 6-8 is the gunshot residue evidence collection kit collected from Gabriela Yvette Gonzalez at the autopsy. That contained 2 sampling devices, item 681 from the left hand and item 682 from the right hand.
What page are you looking at?
Page 1, the evidence submitted page, the bottom of the evidence list.
Thank you. were you not given any clothes of hers to examine?
No, sir, I was not.
Just her hands?
Correct, just the hands.
Characteristics of DSR stays on items, just like clothing until removed, right? Like hands. It stay on your hand till you wash them.
Well, you don't have to wash them, but normal activity of a living individual,
Can you wipe them on?
yeah, you can wipe them off, you touch a surface. If you have particles on your hand and you touch a surface, you can transfer from the hands to the surface. Transfer to your hands, to other objects. And certainly if you wash your hands, you're gonna remove the particles from your hands.
And if it's on my hands, I can wipe them on somebody.
Yes, you can transfer them off that way.
Do what? I pass the witness, Judge, thank you.
Stand.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be released.
No objection from the state.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
Call Dr. Hastings.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. You settled?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, I'm Dr. Stephen Hastings. The last name is spelled Hastings. I'm a medical examiner, also known as a forensic pathologist for Dallas County.
And what does a medical examiner do?
So the main task of a medical examiner is to determine how somebody died. A little more specifically, that doesn't involve all types of cases. It only involves cases involving sudden, unexpected types of deaths, or deaths that occur under non-natural types of situations. By non-natural situations, I mean things that aren't a heart attack or cancer or a stroke or things of that nature. So traumatic injuries would be my field. As part of determining the cause and manner or how someone died, I oftentimes perform an autopsy.
Now, if we have a situation where someone is shot on video, that's less of a mystery for you to solve. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll get right to it. What training and background do you have to be a medical examiner?
So my background, after high school, I did 4 years of undergraduate studies at Indiana University where I earned a Bachelor of Science in Biology. I did 4 years of medical school at Indiana University and earned an MD degree after that. After that, I did 4 years of study in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. Anatomic and clinical pathology are the study of essentially what goes wrong with the human body. So I am board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology. After that, I did a year of forensic pathology fellowship at Dallas County and board certified in forensic pathology. And I'm going on my 11th year now in Dallas County.
And can you tell the jury just what the process of an autopsy is?
So the process of an autopsy, first we'll obtain some background information. Oftentimes it'll be from a hospital or a police officer, someone of that nature who calls in for information, sometimes information from the family. Once the body is at the morgue, I'll examine the body. We'll entail doing an external examination first. features, things like height, weight, hair color, things of that nature, like scars, anything like that. After that, I'll document any external injuries on the body, notating the locations, descriptions of those wounds, oftentimes involving photographs of those wounds. After that, I'll proceed with the autopsy, which we make a Y-shaped incision on the front of the chest and abdomen, examine all the internal organs, documenting the natural disease as well as any traumatic injuries. And we'll proceed to the head, make a semicircular incision at the top of the head, reflecting the scalp and forwards and backwards. Take a saw and make a circular incision at the top around the calvarium or the top of the skull, and remove that, remove the brain, and examine the brain for any natural disease or traumatic injuries. After all that, I'll dictate my findings, which will be transcribed, and then I will formulate my autopsy report, review that, and finalize the report.
And have you done this autopsy process on a deceased person a few times or many times?
I believe about 3,000, that's about 3,400 people, and supervise maybe another 600 or 700 people at autopsies.
And have you testified to those results on a few times or many occasions?
Approximately 80.
Did you, once you finalize the report, did you make a report in the case for which we're on trial today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, is there an ISF number attached to that report?
Yes, there is. So there is an IFS number. In this case, it's IFS-23-09139. This particular number stands for Institute of Forensic Sciences the year. And then each case that's reported to our office numerically gets assigned a number. And that number is specific for this case. Another case has this case number. And all items pertaining to our office all list this case number on any evidence or any reports.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Then I'll show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 98 and ask you if it's an exact and a true copy of your autopsy report.
Yes, it is.
And did you make your findings at or near the time of the events, the findings recorded therein?
Yes.
And are you a custodian of that record?
I'm not sure if I'm technically the custodian or the office or somebody in records may be technically custodian.
Is this your report?
It is my report.
We'll offer State's 98, Tim to defense.
Any objections by the defense?
Just a second, Your Honor, I was comparing it to mine. No objections.
All right, State's Exhibit 98 is admitted for all purposes.
And I'm gonna, do you take a photograph, a headshot of the individual that you conducted an autopsy on to ensure it's the same person that matches the findings in your report?
Yes.
I'm gonna have you look at what's been admitted for record purposes for State Exhibit 2. Does that IFS number match the number on your report, and is this the person you conducted an autopsy on?
Yes, it is.
At this time, we'll offer State Exhibit 2, previously admitted for record purposes, but now offering for all purposes.
Any objection by?
Just, if I can ask a question real quick, Your Honor, of the witness? For that. So doctor, this IFS number is the number you put on this particular individual?
Yes.
Okay, and is that something you typically do?
Yeah.
Let me push.
Apologize.
That's okay. That's something you typically do before you begin to identify the particular individual?
It's once the decedent sometimes identified, but that is the number that's associated with all items for the case. So the decedent may already be identified at the time of the generation of the number.
And you took the photograph?
Yes.
No objections. No objections.
Text exhibit number 2 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
State Exhibit 2. Is that the person you conducted the autopsy on?
Yes.
And you said that part of your process is to take photographs for evidence of injury, either external, or internal, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna now, may I approach you?
Yes.
I'm gonna now approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 99 through 106. Are these photographs that are a part of your report, and are they fair and accurate representation of the findings and some of the evidence of injury that you would have taken?
Essentially, yes. It's photographs, a diagram that I made, as well as an x-ray.
Do you believe seeing these would aid the jury in understanding your testimony when it is given in terms of evidence of injury and the findings of your autopsy?
Yes, I do.
Well, for State's Exhibit 99 through 106, for all purposes.
Juror number 7. Are you able to stay longer today? Okay, you must leave at 3 o'clock or? Okay, thank you.
If I can take the witness on, I'm sorry, I apologize, Your Honor. If I can take the witness on board diary.
You may.
If I can, you saw the photographs, right?
Yes.
In 103 and 102, well, if I can approach, I just need to ask you a question.
You approaching the witness or the bench?
I'm sorry, if I can approach the witness.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't clear, my apologies. Did you take this photograph as well? These two photographs?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do you know where this item that's depicted on top of that envelope, did you obtain that, or was it given to you
I obtained that from the dead body.
yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Or one of my technicians may have removed it, but I likely have removed it.
Okay. So typically when you begin your autopsies, is it normal that you do it, or sometimes do you delegate it to someone else?
Well, I perform the autopsy, but as part of the autopsy process, we have an autopsy technician who assists with the autopsy.
Okay.
I'm the one performing the autopsy.
Okay. And would you be present if that technician actually performed that particular act?
Yes.
Okay. So even if a technician performed it and not you yourself, you would have been physically there to supervise?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's where you start, 99?
99 through 106.
99 through 106, Your Honor, we don't have any objections.
All right, this is 99 through 106 are admitted for all purposes.
All right, Doctor. Let's look at State's exhibit, permission to publish 98 through 106, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
Looking at your report, States 98, can you take us through some of your findings, Doctor? You can just start at the beginning.
Yes, this is our generic format for the autopsy report. You can see the case number that I previously described, along with the name, identifying information, date of birth, things of that nature. So you go down, body weight, height, organ weights. So once the organs are moved, we'll weigh each of the organs, so those are listed there. And then the external examination that I mentioned is below there, things like clothing and just the description of the body is below there.
Let's go to page 2 of 98. Let's get right to the evidence of injury, Doctor. Okay.
Yes, so the evidence of injury here gets into the pertinent injuries relating to the death.
All right, what findings did you,
So there were two main injuries. There were two gunshot wounds on the body. One of the gunshot wounds involved the left temporal parietal scalp. You'll see here, again, from the head number 1, the left temporal parietal scalp, translated from kind of this medical terminology. Left temporal parietal scalp would be kind of above the left ear, the temple area there, a little bit higher. So there was a gunshot entrance wound involving that area.
can you tell us the path of the projectile?
Yes, this wound, the projectile went through the skull, through the brain, specifically left temporal and occipital lobes. So those are part of the brain on the left side. Temporal lobe is near the temple, and occipital lobe is a little bit behind there. Cerebellum, midbrain, right side of the cerebellum, those are all additional parts of the brain towards the back. And then the right occipital bone, and then it lodged within the right side of the face, so the projectile came to rest there.
I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 99. Is this the wound that you're describing?
Yes, this is the gunshot entrance wound, kind of a little bit above and behind the left ear, as I mentioned.
And you said that a projectile had gone into the head, came to rest inside the head, is that right?
Yes, within the right side of the face.
I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 103. Is this the projectile we're talking about?
Yes, this was the projectile. So there's the entrance wound there, and it creates a pathway or a tunnel until the area where it comes to rest within the right side of the face, and that is the projectile that was recovered in autopsy.
Now, for lay people, doctor, the path, and I know you used a lot of big words about the parts of the brain and the body that it went through, but what will it do to a person if a projectile takes that path through their brain?
Any sort of injury, traumatic injury involving the brain is a very, very serious injury, particularly a gunshot wound. And this gunshot wound in particular struck multiple vital structures of the brain. I mentioned involving the midbrain. Midbrain is part of the brain stem, so it's a very, very important part to basic functions like keeping you conscious, breathing, cardiac function. So any brain injury, particularly a injury involving the brain stem, is an immediately serious, oftentimes immediately incapacitating and lethal injury. So somebody with this type of injury would be expected to just be shot and immediately fall to the ground with that sort of injury involving the brain.
Let's talk about the evidence of injury on a second gunshot wound.
The second gunshot wound, this one involves the left side of the chest. And this one goes through kind of the skin and musculature there, and goes through the left clavicle. Clavicle is also known as the collarbone. So the bones here towards the upper part of your chest, towards the neck. And then that bullet stops within the neck, and the projectile was recovered from the neck.
And looking at States 101, let's back it up. Is this the wound that you're talking about?
Yes, this is the wound that I'm talking about, and adjacent to the wound, you see all these little tiny red spots here on the axilla or the armpit, in non-medical terms, extending onto the arm. These little red dots are what's called stippling. These are produced when the muzzle or the end of the firearm is within 3 feet of the skin. So somebody is relatively close to the person they shoot them within 3 feet of the muzzle of the firearm in order to have this deposit. This is caused by when the gunpowder particles leave the muzzle of the firearm. If the muzzle of the firearm is close enough to the person, then it will leave these red spots, again called stippling, around the entrance wound that we're seeing here, kind of near the armpit area.
We're gonna look at States 102, you talked about where this projectile came to rest, where did the path of that bullet, where did it come to rest?
So it came in the back of the neck, so we're going here from kind of the left armpit area, going up through the clavicle, and it ends up in the back of the neck.
Does the path of that, do you know what position a body is in when a projectile enters a body and takes its course?
So when we're describing the location, we're describing all these directions within the anatomic position of the body. So okay if I stand up?
Yes.
Just to demonstrate this. All my descriptions are with the body like this, palms up, so that all of them can be, anybody can look at the findings and know, because anybody can stand so many different ways. You can turn your hands and forearms. They're all standardized to this anatomic position.
As an expert, I am gonna ask you a hypothetical though about the path of this bullet. You said in the armpit kind of, and then ending in the neck. If someone was laying on the ground and a projectile was fired at them, would that be consistent with that kind of path of travel?
Yes, it would be.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked States Exhibit 100, or excuse me, admitted as States Exhibit 100. What are we looking at, and what's important for us to see in this picture?
Just to help orient, the head is towards the top of this photograph. This is the right shoulder here. So it's kind of a little blurry, but above the placard here, this area of purple discoloration is a contusion, non-medical term, that'd be just a bruise, which you get from being hit or falling down or something of that nature.
Looking at States Exhibit 104, what are we looking at here?
This is the picture of the brain. So I mentioned we take a saw, remove the top of the calvarium, remove the brain from the cranial, remove the brain from the head, essentially. And normally the brain should not, all of this is abnormal. The brain, none of the brain should be this color. Normally it should be kind of a light tan pink color. This is red because there's bleeding. So all of this is abnormal, and the dark area here is areas where there's more bleeding. The area towards the bottom of the brain, the bottom of this photograph, this is there's injury, there's bleeding around it, but this isn't disruptive. But towards the top of the picture, which is actually towards the back of the head, you can see here where the bullet went through the brain and disrupted the brain here. It's actually up a little bit higher than your pointer.
A little bit higher?
Yeah, it's right through this.
You can stand.
Do you mind? So what we're actually, the traumatic, this area is not, all this hemorrhage here is bleeding associated with the wound, but the actual area where the bullet passed through is towards here again, which is towards the back of the head, is where this part of the brain is located, and it's causing all this bleeding around the brain.
And States 106, why is this important?
Do you have much longer to go?
Maybe a minute.
Okay.
This is the x-ray. You can see where the two bullets are. One of them was from the right side of the face that I mentioned, and the other one was recovered from the neck.
Did you take any toxicology results?
Yes, I did.
And what were the findings there?
Toxicology detected the presence of tetrahydrocannabinol and 2 metabolites of tetrahydrocannabinol. That's also THC, which is found in marijuana. I can not say whether the person was actively under the influence of marijuana or high at the time. I can just say that it's present and stays in the system for a long time. There's also a metabolite, norchlorcyclazine. This is a metabolite of antihistamine medications, meclizine and chlorcyclazine. So it's kind of like an antiemetic if you're dizzy or feel sick, these types of drugs.
And what did you ultimately determine the manner of death?
The manner of death is homicide.
And the means of death?
Gunshot wounds.
And when you say gunshot wound, is a firearm considered a deadly weapon?
Yes.
Nothing further, we'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Walton, will, how how long will your cross-examination take? We have a juror who needs to leave, and I know the doctor is busy and need not return if not necessary.
About, oh, I apologize. If I were giving the court a low ball, I would say
No,
ten.
I'm not, you know.
Well, no, I'm
asking
just,
you.
my questions are, I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay,
Because I have a certain number of questions, but you know how it goes with the answers, so.
all right. Well, juror number 7, it appears she needs to leave immediately to get her children to school, so. Doctor, I'm going to need you to return tomorrow morning. The jurors will arrive right around 8:30, so you may arrive about 9 o'clock. Okay? Yeah, thank you, and I wish we would have been able to finish with your testimony today. I know how busy you are. But ladies and gentlemen, let's gather again tomorrow morning at 8:30, okay?
Ross.